Good morning, delegates. Good morning, delegates. I'd just like to request that you take your respective seats so that we may begin. And as you take your seats, I just want to announce that the overarching decisions are now available on the web. Kindly take your seat. And just to let you know that the overarching decisions are now available on the UNFCCC website. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, dear friends, good morning, and I apologize for any inconvenience due to the lateness of the hour. We have come to a crucial juncture in our collective effort to address the global challenge of climate change. You have all made a tremendous effort to bring us to this point of compromise and consensus. My team and I have done our best to ensure the integrity of this process and that we are fair, balanced, and transparent in our approach. Any missteps that might have occurred were certainly not intentional and were done with the best interest of the process in mind. I am deeply appreciative to all parties and groups who have steadfastly engaged with my team and I, and with each to allow us to reach the final outcome before us. I consider the text to be adopted to be a reflection of both a delicate balance that responds to the interests of all of us represented in this conference, and also a manifestation of the highest ambition that can be reached at this point in time on these very important work streams. At the beginning of this conference, 112 world leaders gathered here under the theme Together for Implementation to deliberate on how to further deliver on the global climate agenda and translate climate commitments into implementation. The leaders underlined the gravity of the climate crisis and urged us to double our efforts and ensure delivery of concrete results. Distinguished delegates, the draft decisions before us are a gateway to scaled-up implementation and will enable us to transform towards a future of climate neutrality and climate-resilient development. I call upon all of you to view these draft decisions not merely as words on paper, but as our collective message to the world that we have heeded the call of our leaders and of the current and future generations to set the right pace and direction for the implementation of the Paris Agreement and the achievement of its goals. With this in mind, dear friends, I implore you to adopt the draft decisions that I will present to you. The world is watching. I call on us all to rise to the expectations entrusted to us by the global community, and especially by those who are most vulnerable and yet have contributed the least to climate change. I now declare open the 10th meeting of the Conference of the Parties at its 27th session. I would like to continue the consideration of the decisions and conclusions recommended for adoption by the COP. The order in which the agenda items will be taken up is posted on the screen. I would like to begin with sub-item 8F, which is under agenda item 8, matters relating to finance. You will recall the following organization of work for item 8 that we had established. For sub-item 8A, a contact group was established and co-chaired by Gertrude Walensky and Carlos Fuller. For sub-item 8B, contact group was established by co-chairs and co-chaired by Yanni Felsen and Dominic Malloy. For sub-item 8C and 8D, a contact group was established and co-chaired by Turo Seguy and Richard Moyangi. For sub-item 8E, a contact group was established, co-chaired by Ricardo Marshall and Kelly Sharp. For sub-item 8F, informal consultations were co-facilitated by Julio Cordano and Ursula Fuentes. I thank all the co-chairs for their hard work. As mentioned, we start with sub-item 8F and return to the other sub-items at a later stage. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8F, matters related to funding arrangements responding to loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change, including a focus on addressing loss and damage. Further, ministerial-led consultations were undertaken by Minister Maisa Rojas from Chile and State Secretary Jennifer Morgan from Germany. I now invite the COP to adopt the decision entitled Funding Arrangements for Responding to Loss and Damage Associated with the Adverse Effects of Climate Change, including focus on addressing loss and damage, contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L18, FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/L20. I hear no objections. It's so decided. I hereby suspend the 10th meeting of the COP. I now declare open the 10th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement at its 4th session. I would like to continue the consideration of decisions and conclusions that have been recommended for adoption by the CMA. The order in which the agenda items will be taken up is posted on the screen. I would now invite the CMA to consider agenda item 8, matters relating to finance. For sub-item 8A, the contact group was co-chaired by Yanni Felsen and Dominic Malloy. For sub-item 8B and C, the contact groups were chaired by Richard Moyangi and Tori Segio. For sub-item 8D, the contact group was co-chaired by Diane Blacklane and Eva Schroeder. For sub-item 8E, the contact group was co-chaired by Zahir Fakir and George Borsting. For sub-item 8F, the informal consultations were co-facilitated by Julio Cordano and Ursula Fuentes. Further ministerial-led consultations were undertaken by Minister Bhupender Yadav from India and Minister Chris Bowen from Australia under sub-item 8E, and by Minister Maisa Rojas from Chile and State Secretary Jennifer Morgan from Germany under sub-item 8F. I thank the ministers and all the co-chairs for their hard work. I will take up sub-item 8F and 8E now and return to the other sub-items at a later stage. I invite the CMA to consider agenda sub-item 8F, matters relating to funding arrangements responding to loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change, including a focus on addressing loss and damage. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Funding Arrangements for Responding to Loss and Damage Associated with the Adverse Effects of Climate Change, including a focus on addressing loss and damage, contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L18, FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/L20. If there are no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider agenda item 4, matters relating to the work program for urgently scaling up mitigation ambition and implementation referred to in paragraph 27 of decision 1/CMA3. The SAPSTA and the SBI were unable to conclude their consideration of these matters, and they were forwarded to the CMA for further guidance. I would like to thank Carlos Föhler and Kay Harrison for continuing informal consultations this week. I would also like to thank Minister Barbara Cressy from South Africa and Minister Dan Jorensen from Denmark for leading ministerial consultations on my behalf. A senior member of my delegation, Amr Osama Abdelaziz, also conducted consultations on these matters. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Related to the Work Program for Urgently Scaling Up Mitigation Ambition and Implementation, referred to in paragraph 27 of Decision 1/CMA3, as contained in document FCCC/CMA/2022/L17. I give the floor to Switzerland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I speak on behalf of the Environmental Integrity Group. As we have discussed that we need some time to look at the cover decision. We will have to look together how the mitigation reflected in the cover decision together with the mitigation work program. We have just received the cover decision before and we did not have time to really study it. So our group will need time for consultation and study it, and we will have to postpone with adoption of that decision. We would suggest that we interrupt this plenary for half an hour so that delegations can have a look at the proposed decisions and that they can come back and take informed decisions. Thank you very much.
I thank you. If there is no objection to the proposal of suspension for half an hour, I see none. It is so decided. The meeting is suspended for half an hour. Distinguished colleagues, I'd like at this time to resume our work after the suspension. Distinguished colleagues, I'll resume our work at this juncture, and I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Relating to the Work Program for Urgently Scaling Up Mitigation Ambition and Implementation, referred to in paragraph 27 of Decision 1/CMA-3, as contained in document FCC/CMA/2022/L17. If I hear no objection, so decided. I would like to propose that this work program be referred to as Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation Ambition and Implementation Work Program, SMAI. I hear no objection, it's so decided. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Sub-Item 8E, New Collective Quantified Goal on Climate Finance. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled New Collective Quantified Goal on Climate Finance, contained in document FCC/PA/CMA/2022/L19. Hearing no objection, it's so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 6, Matters Related to Adaptation, Sub-Item 6C, Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh Work Program on the Global Goal on Adaptation, referred to in Decision 7/CMA-3. The SAPSTA and the SBI were unable to conclude their consideration of these matters, and they were forwarded to the CMA for further guidance. I would like to thank Kishan Kumar Singh and Matthias Fourmier for continuing informal consultations this week. I would also like to thank Minister Anthium Shaun from Maldives and Minister Teresa Ribera from Spain for leading ministerial consultations on my behalf. Senior members of my delegations also conducted consultations on these matters. I now invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh Work Program on the Global Goal on Adaptation, contained in document FCC/PA/CMA/2022/L16/Rev1. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. With your indulgence, distinguished colleagues, we will suspend for a brief period to allow for the revision to be distributed. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for your indulgence. The document has been circulated, so I will now proceed. I now invite the CMA to adopt the decision entitled Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan contained in document FCCC/BA/CMA/2022/L21/Rev1. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I hereby suspend the 10th meeting of the CMA. I hereby resume the 10th meeting of the COP. I now invite the COP to adopt the decision entitled Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L19/Rev1. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I hereby suspend the 10th meeting of the COP. I hereby resume the 10th meeting of the CMA. I now invite the CMA to consider sub-item 6A, report of the Adaptation Committee, and sub-item 6B, review of the progress, effectiveness, and performance of the Adaptation Committee. The SAPSTA and the SBI were unable to conclude their consideration of these matters, and they were forwarded to the CMA for further guidance. I requested the SAPSTA chair, Tosi Panu, to undertake further consultations which have resulted in the draft decision before us. I now invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Adaptation Committee for 2022 and Review of the Progress, Effectiveness, and Performance of the Adaptation Committee, contained in document FCCC/BA/CMA/2022/L10. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts. You may recall that at the opening plenary of the COP, I requested a senior member of my delegation to undertake the consultations on the COP's authority over and guidance to the Warsaw International Mechanism, jointly with the governance element of the Warsaw International Mechanism under CMA Agenda Item 7. I would like to thank Amr Essam for taking on this task. While considerations related to the governance of the Warsaw International Mechanism will continue at the next session, parties were able to reach a solution that will enable the critical work of the WIM to continue progress. You may also recall that the CMA referred its consideration of this matter to the subsidiary bodies. I would like to thank the co-facilitators, Lucas Di Pietro and Cornelia Jaeger, for their work. I now invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, contained in document FCCC/CMA/2022/L12. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. On matters relating to the Santiago Network under the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, the SAPSTA and the SBI forwarded a recommendation to the appropriate body or bodies to further consider the matter. I thank Lucas and Cornelia, who continued to co-facilitate the matter under my guidance. I now invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Santiago Network for Averting, Minimizing, and Redressing Loss and Damage under the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, contained in document FCCC/BA/CMA/2022/L4. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 12, Report of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures. The SAPSTA and the SBI were unable to conclude their consideration of this matter, and it was forwarded to the CMA for further guidance. Following this, consultations were convened first by Andrei Marcu and Daniel Watershoot, and then by Tosi. I thank them for their work. I now invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of the Response Measures contained in document FCC/PA/CMA/2022/L7. I hear no objection. It is so decided. We now turn to item 13, 14, and 15. The SAPSTA was unable to conclude the consideration of these matters, and they were forwarded to the CMA for further consideration. I would like to thank Minister Grace Fu from Singapore and Minister Espen Barth Eid from Norway for engaging in consultations on these three items related to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. You may recall that a senior member of my delegation, Wael Keshk, also conducted consultations on these matters. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 13, Guidance on Cooperative Approaches, referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement. I would like to thank Kuki Sejoshomen and Pierre Steinsen for conducting informal consultations on this matter. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Relating to Cooperative Approaches, referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement, contained in document FCC/PA/CMA/2022/L15. Hearing no objection, is so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 14, Rules, Modalities, and Procedures for the mechanisms established by Article 6, Paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement. I would like to thank Sonam Tashi and Kate Hancock for conducting informal consultations on this matter. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Guidance on the Mechanisms established by Article 6, Paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement, contained in document FCC/PA/CMA/2022/L14. Hearing no objection, it's so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 15, Work Program under the Framework for Non-Market Approaches, referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 8 of the Paris Agreement. I would like to thank Maria El-Jassi and Jacqueline Rosga for conducting informal consultations on this matter. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Relating to the Work Program under the Framework for Non-Market Approaches, referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 8 of the Paris Agreement, contained in document FCC/PA/CMA/2022/L13. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Sub-Item 8C, Guidance to the Global Environment Facility. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Guidance to the Global Environment Facility as contained in document FCC/PA/CMA/2022/L11. Hearing no objection, it's so decided. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Sub-Item 8B, Guidance to the Green Climate Fund. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Guidance to the Green Climate Fund as contained in document FCC/PA/CMA/2022/L18. Hearing no objection, it's so decided. I give the floor to Bolivia.
Thank you very much, President. By 7 years now, Bolivia is requesting to the COP to provide guidance to the Green Climate Fund in order for financing joint mitigation and adaptation alternative approaches to REDD+ results-based payments, as referred to in Article 5 of the Paris Agreement and previous COP decisions. There is a procrastination in the Green Climate Fund, President. The Green Climate Fund Board and its Secretariat are clearly not complying with the mandate issued by the COP. Recognition of JMA in Decision 16/CP21 and decisions to provide finance to JMA. Decision 7/CP21, Para 25, and 9/CP19, Para 8, which refers to the financial entities of the Convention to finance joint mitigation and alternative approaches. We support the GCF decision, but we have the concern that the Bolivian proposal has been blocked, bracketed by developed countries, and later on deleted from the GCF decision. Bolivia suggested the following recommendation to the board of the GCF. Request the board to take further steps to finalize its work related to the guidance and arrangements to the Conference of the Parties on financing for forests and alternative approaches, and recognizing the need to provide financial support to alternative policy approaches to results-based payment, such as joint mitigation and adaptation approaches for the integral and sustainable management of forests, and to open a specific window in the Green Climate Fund for financing joint mitigation and adaptation approaches as an alternative to results-based payments. Thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Colombia and take note of his intervention, which will be reflected in the report. I hereby suspend the 10th meeting of the CMA. I hereby resume the 10th meeting of the COP. I invite the COP to consider agenda sub-item 8A, long-term climate finance. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Long-Term Climate Finance as contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L6. I hear no objections. It's so decided. I invite the COP to consider agenda sub-item 8B, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Relating to the Standing Committee on Finance as contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L11. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. I now invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Terms of Reference for the Second Review of the Functions of the Standing Committee on Finance as contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L10. I hear no objections. It's so decided. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8C, report of the Green Climate Fund to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Green Climate Fund. I now invite the COP to adopt the decision entitled Report of the Green Climate Fund to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Green Climate Fund contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L16. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8D, report of the Global Environmental Facility to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Global Environmental Facility. I now invite the COP to adopt the decision entitled Report of the Global Environmental Facility to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Global Environment Facility contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L13. I hear no objections. It's so decided. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8E, 7th review of the financial mechanism. Parties were unable to complete their consideration of this matter. Therefore, consideration of this matter will continue at COP28. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. I now invite the COP to consider agenda items 6A, report of the Adaptation Committee, and 6B, review of the progress, effectiveness, and performance of the Adaptation Committee. The SAPSTA and the SBI were unable to conclude their consideration of these matters, and they were forwarded to the COP for further guidance. I requested the SAPSTA Chair Tosi to undertake further consultations, which have resulted in the draft decision before us. I now invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Adaptation Committee and Review of the Progress, Effectiveness, and Performance of the Adaptation Committee contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L12. Hearing no objection, it's so decided. Election of the members of the Adaptation Committee will be taken up later in the meeting. I now invite the conference to consider Agenda Item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts. You may recall that at the opening plenary of the COP, I requested a senior member of my delegation to undertake the consultations on the COP's authority over and guidance to the Warsaw International Mechanism jointly with the governance element of the Warsaw International Mechanism under CMA Agenda Item 7. I would like to thank Amr Assam for taking on this task. While considerations related to the governance of the Warsaw International Mechanisms will continue at the next session, parties were able to reach a solution that will enable the critical work of the WIM to continue progress. You may also recall that the COP referred its consideration of this matter to the subsidiary bodies. I would like to thank the co-facilitators, Lucas De Pietro and Cornelia Jäger, for their work. I now invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L14. Hearing no objection, it's so decided. On matters related to the Santiago network under the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, the SAPSTA and the SBI forwarded a recommendation to the appropriate body or bodies to further consider the matter. I thank Lucas and Cornelia, who continued to co-facilitate the matter under my guidance. I now invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Santiago Network for Averting, Minimizing, and Addressing Loss and Damage under the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L5 Rev 1. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. I invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 11, matters related to the least developed countries. The SBI was unable to conclude its consideration of this matter, and it was forwarded to the COP for further guidance. Following this, Marianne Gobran from my delegation convened consultations on my behalf, which resulted in the draft decision before us. I now invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Relating to the Least Developed Countries, contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L9, FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/L8. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. I invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 12, Report of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures. The SAPSTA and the SBI were unable to conclude their consideration of this matter, and it was forwarded to the COP for further guidance. Following this, consultations were convened first by Andrei Marcu and Daniel Watershoot, and then by Tosi. I now invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures, contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L7, FCCC/KP/CMP/2022/L7. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. I now invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 13, Second Periodic Review of the Long-Term Global Goal under the Convention and of overall progress towards achieving it. The SAPSTA and the SBI were unable to conclude their consideration of this matter. It was therefore forwarded to the COP for further guidance, following which further consultations were convened by Leon Charles and Andrew Ferrone. I now invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Second Periodic Review of the Long-Term Global Goal under the Convention and of Overall Progress Towards Achieving It, contained in FCCC/CP/2022/L17. Hearing no objection, it's so decided. I now invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 14, Gender and Climate Change. This item was on the agenda of the SBI. In addition, the COP referred consideration of the two reports contained in documents FCCC/CP/2022/6 and FCCC/CP/2022/3 to the SBI. The SBI was unable to conclude its consideration of this matter, and it was forwarded to the COP for further guidance, following which consultations were convened by Hana El Hashmi from the United Arab Emirates and the Presidency. Based on the consultations, a draft decision is presented for adoption by the COP. I now invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Intermediate Review of the Implementation of the Gender Action Plan as contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L15. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the COP to return to Agenda Sub-Item 3B, Report of Subsidiary Body for Implementation. The SBI was unable to conclude its consideration of national adaptation plans, and the matter was forwarded to the COP for further guidance. I would like to thank Perpetua Latsi and Jens Fugel for conducting the informal consultations on this matter, which has resulted in the draft decision before us. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled National Adaptation Plans contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L8. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. The matter of the Cornevia joint work on agriculture was also forwarded by the SAPSTA and the SBI to the COP for further guidance. Informal consultations co-facilitated by Milagros Sandoval and Monica Foggia have resulted in the draft decision before us. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Joint Work on Implementation of Climate Action on Agriculture and Food Security, contained in FCCC/CP/2022/L4. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I give the floor to Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to raise our reservation regarding joint work on implementation of climate action on agriculture and food security. In the presented document, we propose replacing the phrase food and water insecurity with food insecurity and water scarcity in the preambular paragraph 3. The rationale of this proposal is that there is no internationally agreed definition of water security or insecurity. Therefore, we kindly ask to the Presidency to reflect our reservation in the COP report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The observation, the intervention is noted and will be reflected in the report. I give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. I will deliver my statement in Russian. Уважаемый господин председатель, отмечаем последовательные и неустанные усилия египетского председательства в работе над проектом решений и объединением позиций всех сторон. Российская Федерация согласна с предлагаемым к принятию проектом решения о совместной работе по осуществлению климатических действий в области сельского хозяйства и продовольственной безопасности. Вместе с тем, господин председатель, отмечаем, что используемый в 6-м преамбульном параграфе термин отсутствие водной безопасности не является общепринятым среди стран-членов ООН и может рассматриваться в политизированном ключе. И в этой связи, господин председатель, российская делегация дистанцируется от данного понятия и исходит из того, что в контексте указанного решения под ним следует понимать нехватку водных ресурсов. Просим занести указанные замечания в протокол. Благодарю вас.
The intervention is noted and will be reflected in the report. I now give the floor to Shili. Shili does not wish to take the floor. Thank you. I hereby suspend the 10th meeting of the COP. I now declare open the 10th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol at its 17th session. I would like to continue the consideration of decisions and conclusions that have been recommended for adoption by the CMP. The agenda item will be taken up as shown on the screen. I invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 5, matters relating to the Clean Development Mechanism. I thank the co-chairs of the contact group established under this item, Alika Movadika and Kazihis Kokutsu. The group also considered matters relating to the Clean Development Mechanism registry referred to in paragraph 75B of the Annex to Decision 3/CMA3 as recommended by the SBI. I now invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision entitled Guidance Related to the Clean Development Mechanism as contained in document FCCP/KP/CMP/2022/L5. Hearing no objection, that's so decided. Elections of members and alternate members of the CDM Executive Board will be conducted later during the closing of the CMP plenary. I now invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 6, matters relating to joint implementation. The Presidency undertook consultations on the Joint Implementation Supervisory Committee's recommendation on the discontinuation of its activities. I am pleased to report that the work has been completed. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision entitled Guidance on the Implementation of Article 6 of the Kyoto Protocol as contained in document FCCC/KP/CMP/2022/L4. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 7, matters relating to the Adaptation Fund. I invite the CMP to consider Sub-Item 7A, report of the Adaptation Fund Board. I thank the co-chairs of the contact group, Diane Blackline and Eva Schroeder, for their hard work. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Adaptation Fund Board for 2022, contained in document FCCC/KP/CMP/2022/L6. Hearing no objection, it's so decided. I invite the CMP to consider Sub-Item 7B, fourth review of the Adaptation Fund. This item was considered by the SBI, which recommended a draft decision for consideration and adoption by the CMP. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision entitled Fourth Review of the Adaptation Fund contained in document FCCC/SBI/2022/L22. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the CMP to consider the Agenda Item 9, Report of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures. The SAPSTA and the SBI were unable to conclude their consideration of this matter, and it was forwarded to the CMP for further guidance. Following this, consultations were convened, first by Andrei Marcoux and Daniel Watershoot, and then by Tosi. I'd like to thank them for their work. I now invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures contained in document FCC/CP/2022 L7. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. I hereby suspend the 10th meeting of the CMP. I hereby resume the 10th meeting of the COP. I invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 19, Other Matters. Parties will recall that at the first meeting of the COP, I proposed to hold informal consultations on the proposal from Georgia regarding equitable geographic representation in constituted bodies under the Convention, and to report on this issue under this agenda item. I would like to thank Vice President Anne Rasmussen for conducting these consultations on my behalf. Vice President Rasmussen informed me that 2 informal consultations were convened. During those consultations, parties had a fruitful exchange of information. I regret to inform the conference that there is no consensus on this matter. I invite the COP to take note of this report. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. Would parties like to raise any other matters? I see no requests for the floor. I invite delegates to consider sub-agenda item 2D, election of officers other than the President. Item 6, report of the Adaptation Committee. Item 9A, development and transfer of technology. And item 10, capacity building under the Convention. I would like to inform parties that consultations on the nominations for elections have been concluded, and nominations received for election to bodies under the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. I would like to thank Vice President Anne Rasmussen for conducting these consultations. I would also like to thank all chairs and coordinators of regional groups and constituencies for their active and constructive engagement in the consultations. The list of nominations received by the Secretariat is available on the UNFCCC's website. I note that 1 nomination for Vice President is outstanding from the Western European and Others Group. I now invite the COP to elect to its Bureau the following members. As Vice President, Ms. Tina Koblesek of Slovenia, Mr. Go Li of China, Ms. Edna Rabdishta of Albania, Mr. Javier Ramirez of Nicaragua, Mr. Ephraim Shetima of Zambia, and Mrs. Tina Steig of Marshall Islands. And please bear with me on my terrible pronunciations. As SAPSA Chair, Mr. Harry Versus of the Netherlands. As SBR Chair, Mr. Nabil Munir of Pakistan. And as Rapporteur, Ms. Rochelle Newbold of the Bahamas. Hearing no objection, it's so decided. I congratulate the members of the Bureau on their election. I would like to express my appreciation to the previous Bureau members, especially for their guidance on the organization and the work of this conference. I invite the Western European and Others Group to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nomination for Vice President to the Secretariat as soon as possible, and by the latest, the 28th of February, 2023. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominee will be deemed elected at COP27 in accordance with established practice. Hearing no objection, it's so decided. I now invite the COP to elect the following members of the Bureau as Vice Presidents. Ms. Tina Koblesk of Slovenia, Mr. Go Li of China, Ms. Edna Rabdishta of Albania, Mr. Javier Ramirez of Nicaragua, and Ms. Tina Stieg of Marshall Islands. As SBI Chair, Mr. Nabil Munir of Pakistan, and as Rapporteur, Ms. Rochelle Newbold of Bahamas. As SAPSA Chair, Mr. Harry Verlius of the Netherlands. Hearing no objection, it's so decided. I congratulate the members of the Bureau on their election. I would like to express my appreciation to the outgoing Bureau members, especially for their guidance on the organization and the work of this conference. I urge the groups to continue consultations on the remaining nominations to reach agreement on the full composition of the Bureau. Once agreement is reached on the final nominations for SAPSA Chair and Vice President, and to transmit the nominations to the Secretariat as soon as possible and by the latest the 28th of February 2023. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at COP27 in accordance with established practice. Once nominations for SAPSTA Chair has been received, Mr. Ephraim Shistema of Zambia will assume the position of Vice President on the Bureau. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. Turning to the election of members of constituent bodies on the Convention, I invite the COP to elect the members of the following bodies as contained in the list of nominations: the Adaptation Committee, the CTCN Advisory Board, the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, and the Technology Executive Committee. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. I would like to congratulate these members on their election. I would also like to thank all the outgoing members for their commitment and hard work that has ensured the success of the work of these bodies. I note that there are nominations outstanding for these bodies. I invite groups and constituents to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nominations to the Secretariat as soon as possible and by the latest 28th February 2023. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at COP27 in accordance with established practices. Hearing no objection, it's so decided. I invite the COP to consider Agenda 20, conclusion of the session. Turning to Agenda Sub-Item 20A, adoption of the draft report on the session. I now invite the Deputy Executive Secretary at the Secretariat to provide us with a preliminary assessment of the resource implications of decisions adopted by the COP here in Sharm el-Sheikh. Ovis, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and a very good morning to delegations, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to address the COP and share with you the administrative and budgetary implications of the decisions that have been taken by the various bodies. And these financial and human resources implications are beyond the provisions in the biennium 2022-23, that is the current biennium budget. All funding estimates at this stage and the categorization of activities are as per the methods established for UNFCCC budget specified in paragraph 36 of document FCCC SBI 2019/4. And these are preliminary and based on information currently available. And these are as follows. Under agenda item 3A, report of the subsidiary body for SAPSTA, a one-time implementation cost of common reporting format reporter of 15,000 euros and ongoing annual hosting cost of 25,000 euros are expected to be absorbed from existing resources. The same estimate was reported under SAPSTA 57, agenda item 13C, revision of the UNFCCC reporting guidelines on annual inventories for parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention. The activities are complementary and classified as Category 4. Under agenda item 3B, report of the subsidiary body for implementation. Funding for 889,000 euros will be required in 2023 to include in the annual summary reports under the Glasgow Work Programme information on materials, resources and findings and on progress in implementing activities. The same estimate is provided to the CMA under the respective agenda item. This activity is category 2, and just for your information, category 2 activities would be funded from the core future budgets beyond 2023 if approved by the appropriate governing bodies. Under agenda item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, supplementary funding in the amount of 325,000 will be required in the current biennium to support the selection process for the hosting of Santiago Network Secretariat, including the convening of the evaluation panel and support for the preparation of the evaluation report, as well as for the continued support for developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change that may seek or wish to benefit from the technical assistance available from members of the Santiago Network until the Santiago Network Secretariat is operational. In addition, 575,000 euros will be required in 2023 to service and support the 5-year rolling plan of the Executive Committee. The same estimate is provided under CMA under the respective agenda item. These activities fall within category 2 to be funded from the core future budgets if approved by the appropriate governing body, and also category 3 to be funded from voluntary contribution from the supplementary activities. Under agenda item 8F, matters relating to funding arrangements responding to loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change, including a focus on addressing loss and damage. Supplementary funding amount of 1.8 million will be required in the current biennium to support the activities of the Transitional Committee, including at least 3 meetings to take place in 2023. Conduct 2 workshops in 2023, prepare 2 synthesis reports, 1 on existing funding arrangements and innovative resources relevant to addressing loss and damage, and 1 on the outcomes of the activities and deliverables. Additionally, ministerial consultations to be convened by the current and incoming COP presidencies to advance the consideration of this matter at the next session will be supported. The same estimate is provided to CMA under the respective agenda item. This activity falls within category 3 and would be funded from voluntary contributions under the Trust Fund for Supplementary Activities. Under agenda item 12, report of the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures, supplementary funding in the amount of 459,000 will be required in 2023 to compile submissions from the parties as input to the global stocktake and to organize a regional workshop on activity 2 of the work plan. The same estimate is provided to the CMA and CMP under the respective agenda items. This activity falls within category 3 to be funded from voluntary contributions under the Trust Fund for Supplementary Activities. Under agenda item 14, gender and climate change, supplementary funding in the amount of 170,000 will be required in 2023 to support the attendance of national gender and climate change focal points at relevant mandated UNFCCC meetings. This is a long-term and recurring activity falling into category 2, which would be funded from core budget in future periods if approved by the appropriate governing bodies. Resource requirements in 2024 and beyond resulting from decisions taken at this session will be treated in line with the established budgetary process. I take this opportunity, Mr. President, to request parties to continue to provide support in providing funding to the Secretariat, without which implementing of these activities will be not possible. And Mr. President, if you allow me, I would like to take a brief moment to use this opportunity to thank you and all parties for your continued support to the work of your Secretariat, to which I had the pleasure of serving over the last 5 years, This will be my last COP as the Deputy Executive Secretary of UNFCCC. It has been a great honor and pleasure to serve the parties under the UNFCCC process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you always for your statement, but more so for your dedication and service to the UNFCCC. I think you have always been recognized as a main pillar of the organization, and you will be dearly missed. Thank you very much. The draft report is contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L1. I invite the COP to adopt the draft report on the understanding that the rapporteur, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will complete the report and make it available to all parties. I hear no objections, so decided. They haven't. I now invite the COP to adopt the resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude. No? Okay. I call on the United Arab Emirates to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement, having met in Sharm from the 6th to the 18th of November 2022, expressed their profound gratitude to the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt for having made it possible for the COP27 7th session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meetings of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, and the 4th session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement to be held in Sharm el-Sheikh. We would very much request through you, Mr. President, that the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt convey to the city and the people of Sharm el-Sheikh the gratitude of all three conferences of the parties, and we thank you so very much, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United Arab Emirates. I now invite the COP to adopt the resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude to the Government of the Arab Republic of Egypt and the people of the city of Sharm el-Sheikh, as contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L3, FCCC/KP/CMP/2022L3, FCCC/MA/CMA/2022L3. I hear no objections, it's so decided. I hereby adjourn the 10th meeting of the COP. I hereby resume the 10th meeting of the CMP. I invite the CMP to consider agenda item 14, other matters. Are there any other matters? I see no requests for the floor. I now invite the CMP to consider agenda item 2B, election of additional officers, agenda item 5, matters relating to the Clean Development Mechanism, and agenda 7, matters related to the Adaptation Fund. The list of nominations received by the Secretariat is available on the UNFCCC website. There will be no elections of an additional member of the COP CMP CMA Bureau, as all the members of the Bureau elected by the COP earlier today are representatives of parties to the Kyoto Protocol. I now invite the CMP to elect the members and alternate members of the following bodies as contained in the list of nominations: the Adaptation Fund Board and the Clean Development Mechanism Executive Board. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I would like to congratulate the members and alternate members on their election. I would also like to thank all outgoing members and alternate members for their commitment and hard work that ensured the success of the work of these two boards. I note that there are nominations outstanding. I invite groups and constituencies to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nominations to the Secretariat as soon as possible and by the latest 28th of February 2023. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at CMA 17 in accordance with established practice. Hearing no objection, is so decided. I invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 15, conclusion of the session. I invite the CMP to consider Agenda Sub-Item 15A, adoption of the draft report of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol on its 17th session. I now invite the Secretariat to provide us with the preliminary assessment of the resources implications of decisions adopted by the CMP here in Sharm el-Sheikh. Elvis, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. One decision adopted by CMP at this session has budgetary implications beyond the provision included in the current biennium. The financial estimates and categorization of activities as per the method established for Unit CCC budget as specified in paragraph 36 of document FCCC SBI 2019/4 are preliminary and based on information currently available. Under Agenda Item 9, report of the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures, supplementary funding in the amount of 459,000 euros will be required in 2023 to compile submissions from the parties as input to the global stocktake and to organize a regional workshop on Activity 3 of the work plan. The same estimate is provided to the to COP and CMA under the respective agenda items. This activity falls within Category 3 and would be funded from voluntary contributions under the Trust Fund for supplementary activities. We look forward to working with the parties and donors to fundraise for these activities for which the funding is absolutely necessary for us to implement those mandates. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. The draft report of the session is contained in document FCCC/KP/CMP/2022/L2. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft report on the understanding that the rapporteur, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will complete the report and make it available to all parties. I hear no objections. It's so decided. I now invite the CMP to adopt the resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude to the Government of the Arab Republic of Egypt and the people of the city of Sharm el-Sheikh as contained in document FCCC/CMP/2022/L3, FCCC/KP/CMP/2022/L3, FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/L3. I hear no objections. Is so decided. I hereby adjourn the 10th meeting of the CMP. I hereby resume the 10th meeting of the CMA. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Sub-Item 8A, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Relating to the Standing Committee on Finance as contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/L9. I hear no objections. It's so decided. I now invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Terms of Reference for the second review of the functions of the Standing Committee on Finance as contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/L6. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Sub-Item 8D, matters relating to the Adaptation Fund. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Related to the Adaptation Fund, contained in document FCC/PA/CMA/2022/L5. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. I invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 11, matters related to the least developed countries. The SBI was unable to conclude its consideration of this matter, and it was forwarded to the COP for further guidance. Following this, Marianne Gobran from my delegation convened consultations on my behalf, which resulted in the draft decision before us. I now invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Relating to the Least Developed Countries, contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L9, FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/L8. Hearing no objections, is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 19, Other Matters. You may recall that at the opening plenary of the CMA, I had proposed to hold consultations on the proposal from Zambia on behalf of the African Group on the special needs and special circumstances of Africa, and that I would report under the item Other Matters on this and any other issues raised in consultations. I appointed Paul Watkinson, United Arab Emirates, to conduct these consultations on my behalf. Consultations were held on Saturday the 12th and Tuesday the 15th of November 2022, as well as during a bilateral meeting on Thursday 17th November with one party who could not attend the previous consultations. Written inputs to the conversation were received from Chile on behalf of the ILAC and from the African Group of Negotiators. These inputs are available on the UNFCCC webpage that was created to reflect the status of presidency-led consultations. During the constructive exchanges, parties acknowledged the urgent and immediate needs of particularly vulnerable developing countries to the adverse effects of climate change, including the special needs and circumstances of Africa, and underlined the messages of the contribution of Working Group 2 to the 6th assessment report of the IPCC. There was interest in having a space to discuss wider regional needs and general matters related to special circumstances of developing countries at a regional level. This would, however, not fulfill the purpose of the consultations we held, which were specifically aimed at considering the inclusion of an agenda item on the special needs and circumstances of Africa. I therefore regret to report that despite the constructive engagement of all parties, there was no consensus on either the original proposal or any of the other made during the consultations that remain inconclusive. I also convened consultations on the inclusions of the following items in the agenda. Shall I go on? Yeah. Matters relating to Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement, proposed by France on behalf of the European Union and by Switzerland on behalf of the Environmental Integrity Group, limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, proposed by Switzerland on behalf of the Environmental Integrity Group, and implementation of Decision 1/CP26, Paragraph 11, and 1/CMA3, Paragraph 18, on adaptation finance, proposed by Pakistan on behalf of the Group of the 77 and China. I regret to report that despite the constructive engagements of all parties, there was no consensus on the inclusion of these proposals. I give the floor to Zambia.
Mr. President, on behalf of the African Group, let me thank you most sincerely for your wide and progressive consultations over this very important matter of special needs and circumstances for Africa. Mr. President, Africa notes the outcome of the consultations and requests that this matter be considered at the next session. Mr. President, I thank you.
I thank you and take note of the statement, and it will be duly reflected in the report. I see no further requests for the floor. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 2B, Election of Additional Officers, Agenda Item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, and Agenda Item 16, Report of the Committee to Facilitate Implementation and Promote Compliance, referred to in Article 15, Paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement. The list of nominations received by the Secretariat is available on the UNFCCC website. There will be no election of an additional member of the COP, CMP, CMA Bureau, as all the members of the Bureau elected by the COP earlier today are representatives of parties to the Paris Agreement. I now invite the CMA to elect the members of the alternate members of the following bodies as contained in the list of nominations: the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage and Paris Agreement Committee to Facilitate Implementation and Promote Compliance. Hearing no objections, it's so decided. I would like to congratulate the members and alternate members of these two committees on their election. I would also like to thank all the outgoing members and alternate members for their commitment and hard work that ensured the success of the work of the committee. I note that there are nominations outstanding. I invite groups and constituencies to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nominations to the Secretariat as soon as possible and by the latest 28th February 2023. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at CMA 4 in accordance with established practice. Hearing no objections, is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 20, conclusion of the session. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Sub-Item 20A, adoption of the report of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement on its third session. I now invite the Secretariat to provide us with the preliminary assessment of the resource implications of decisions adopted by the CMA here in Sharm el-Sheikh. OVS, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And once again, under CMA, the decisions that require that have financial implications are as follows, following our established budget process. Under Agenda Item 3B, report of the subsidiary body for implementation funding in the amount of 889,000 euros will be required in 2023 to include in annual summary reports under the Glasgow Work Programme, information materials, resource and finding, and on progress in implementing activities. The same estimate is provided to the COP under the respective agenda item. This activity falls under Category 2. Under Agenda Item 4, matters relating to the work program for urgently scaling up mitigation ambition and implementation referred to in paragraph 27 of Decision 1 CMA3, an amount of 1.2 million euros will be required in 2023 to organize work program dialogues, including investment-focused side events, and prepare a report of the dialogues. This is a Category 3 activity. Under Agenda Item 5B, options for conducting reviews on a voluntary basis of the information reported pursuant to Chapter 4 of the Annex to Decision 18 CMA1 and respective training courses needed to facilitate these voluntary reviews. Funding in the amount of 467,000 euros will be required in 2023 for voluntary reviews and development and implementation of training courses. This is a Category 2 activity. Under Agenda Item 6C, Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh Work Programme on the Global Goal on Adaptation, referred to in Decision 7 CMA3, supplementary funding in the amount of 545,880 will be required in 2023 to hold all the workshops under the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh Work Programme in person, with the option available for participation to actively take part virtually if possible, and to update the compilation and synthesis of indicators, approaches, targets, and metrics for reviewing overall progress made in achieving the global goal on adaptation. These activities fall within Category 3. Under Agenda Item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, Supplementary funding to the amount of 325,000 euros will be required in the current biennium to support selection process for the host of Santiago Network Secretariat, including the convening of the evaluation panel and support for the preparation of evaluation report, as well as for the continued support for developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change that may seek or wish to benefit from the technical assistance available from members of the Santiago Network until the Santiago Network Secretariat is operational. In addition, 575,000 euros will be required in 2023 to service and support the 5-year rolling plan of the Executive Committee. The same estimate is provided under the COP. These activities fall under Category 2. Under Agenda Item 8F, matters relating to funding arrangements responding to loss and damage associated with adverse effect of climate change, including a focus on addressing loss and damage, supplementary funding to the amount of 1.8 million will be required in the current biennium to support the activities of Transitional Committee, including at least 3 meetings to take place in 2023, conduct 2 workshops, prepare 2 synthesis reports, 1 on existing funding arrangements and innovative sources relevant to addressing loss and damage, and 1 on the outcomes of activities and deliverables. Additionally, ministerial consultations to be convened by the current and incoming presidencies to advance the consideration of this matter at the next session will be supported. The same estimate has been provided under COP under the respective agenda item. This is a Category 3 activity. Under Agenda Item 12, report of the Forum on the impact of implementation on response measures, supplementary funding in the amount of 459,000 will be required in 2023 to compile submissions from the parties as input to the global stocktake and to organize a regional workshop on Activity 3 of the work plan. The same estimate is provided for COP and CMP. This activity falls under Category 3. Under Agenda Item 13, guidance on cooperative approaches referred to in Article 6 of Paris Agreement, Paragraph 2, funding in the amount of 962,000 euros will be required in the current biennium for Article 6 database and related infrastructure, including the organization of a workshop on the draft version of agreed electronic format prior to Substa 58, and to implement and maintain training program for technical experts. Activities under Item 13 are categorized as Category 2 activities. Under Agenda Item 14, rules, modalities, procedures for the mechanism established by Article 6, Paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement, funding in the amount of 105,000 euros will be required in the current biennium to compile submissions for consideration by Substa 58 and to expedite the implementation of capacity building programs referred to in paragraph 14 of Decision 3 CMA 3. Activities under Item 14 fall within Category 2 and would be funded from the core budget in the future bienniums. Resource requirements in 2024 and beyond resulting from decisions taken at this session will be treated in line with the established budgetary process, and we hope that the Secretariat can count on continued support of the parties to provide adequate and timely funding for the Secretariat to be able to undertake those activities as mandated. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank you. The draft report is contained in document FCCPA/CMA/2022/L2. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft report on the understanding that the rapporteur, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will complete the report and make it available to all parties. I hear no objection, as so decided. I now invite the CMA to adopt the resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude to the Government of the Arab Republic of Egypt and the people of the city of Sharm el-Sheikh, as contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/L3, FCCC/KP/CMP/2022/L3, FCCPA/CMA/2022/L3. I hear no objections. It's so decided. I hereby adjourn the 10th meeting of the CMA. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, I now open a joint 11th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, 11th meeting of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, 11th meeting of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. Excellencies, dear colleagues, for 2 full weeks, Sharm el-Sheikh was privileged to host you and thousands of other participants from all over the world, heads of states and government, delegates, representatives of civil society, youth, and many others who all came here together for one sole purpose, that is to enhance the collective global response to the most existential threat in our lifetime, climate change. The work that we've managed to do here in the past 2 weeks and the results we have together achieved are a testament to our collective will as a community of nations to voice a clear message that rings loudly today, here in this room and around the world, that multilateral diplomacy still works, that despite the difficulties and the challenges of our times, the divergence of views, level of ambition, or apprehension, we remain committed to the fight against climate change, and that as much as skeptics and pessimists thought that climate action will be taking a back seat on the global agenda, we rose to the occasion, upheld our responsibilities, and undertook the important decisive political decisions that millions around the world expect from us. Colleagues, this was not easy. We worked around the clock, long days and nights, strained and sometimes tense, but united and working for one aim, one higher purpose, one common goal that we all subscribe to and aspire to achieve. In the end, we delivered. We continue to reinforce the path that can address the plight of millions around the world, children, women, and men suffering the daily consequences of climate change, in Africa, in Asia, and the Middle East, here in Egypt, and all over the globe. We listened to the calls of anguish and despair resonating from one end of Pakistan to the other, a country with literally more than a third of its area flooded, a resounding alarm of the future that awaits us beyond 1.5 degrees. A bleak future so realistically described last night by our young friend from Ghana, a future that I do not wish for my grandchildren, nor for any child on this planet. My friends, we heard the calls and we responded. Today, here in Sharm el-Sheikh, we established the first ever dedicated fund for loss and damage, a fund that has been so long in the making. It was only appropriate that this COP, the implementation COP in Africa, is where the fund is finally established. Millions around the globe can now sense a glimmer of hope that their suffering will finally be addressed swiftly and appropriately. Excellencies, dear friends, we leave Sharm el-Sheikh with a renewed hope in the future of our planet, with an even stronger collective will and more determination to achieve the temperature goal of the Paris Agreement. We've just adopted the landmark Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation Ambition and Implementation Work Program that will hugely contribute to keeping 1.5 within reach. And I trust that we all know what needs to be done to safeguard 1.5 and ensure that we never go beyond. Here in Egypt, we have proven once again that the world listens to the scientific community, that our efforts will remain guided and based on best available science, and that we will take all necessary measures and steps to ensure that we continue to urgently scale up mitigation action and ambition in this critical decade. We also leave Sharm el-Sheikh with an important agreement on tangible steps to enact the Paris Agreement's global goal on adaptation, a long-running request by developing countries who bear the brunt of climate impacts despite being the least contributor to climate change, and who deserve to be accorded the needed finance, technical assistance, and capacity to better enable them to adapt, to build resilience, and to enhance their climate action overall. I trust that this work in progress on the global goal on adaptation will be concluded at COP28 next year to the best interest of this process and all its parties. Colleagues, the Sharm el-Sheikh implementation program that we just adopted is an embodiment of what COP27 was all about: implementation. It lays out a clear pathway that should guide our efforts in the coming years to implement commitments and honor pledges. Together, we will implement to save our planet from the threat of climate change and to turn this climate challenge into an opportunity for growth and development in a just, equitable, inclusive, and balanced manner. Together we can, and together we will. Excellencies, dear friends, I came to this process a little bit less than a year ago. Throughout this year's journey, I was privileged to have had the chance to meet ministers, delegates, activists, youth, entrepreneurs, and women, men, and children from all walks of life, all working for the better cause of making our planet a place that is more suitable and more habitable. Throughout this journey, I came to better understand the climate challenge and to acknowledge the complexities and intricacies around it, and to feel the agony of the millions suffering. I came to realize that despite the seemingly wide gaps in positions between parties at times, we are all here working for the same purpose. In different ways, what we need is more trust, more empathy, and more understanding. Our world deserves this. This process deserves this. Over the past year, I was privileged to have had the help of a remarkable group of women and men to whom I am grateful for all the support they provided along the way. I am grateful to the UN Secretary General, whose constant advocacy and support to global climate action has taken it to all new heights on the international agenda. I am grateful to the UNFCCC, to Patricia Espinosa, and to Simon Steele, both of whom have exerted every effort possible to make my job easier. I am grateful to colleagues in the UNFCCC Secretariat, working tirelessly and silently behind the scenes to ensure that this process remains relevant, responsive, and fit for purpose, and that the transition from one COP presidency to another is seamless and effective. And I am certainly grateful to His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, who from the very start of our candidature provided every support for Egypt and for its institutions to strive to achieve the convening of this COP in the manner that we have. We hope that we have fulfilled our obligation. We hope you have not only enjoyed your time, but you have certainly achieved your purpose. I am also grateful for the COP27 presidency team, the women and the men working with me around the clock for over a year now. They made this COP a reality, both logistically and substantively. For without them, we wouldn't have been able to get where we are tonight. I will remain forever indebted to them for their perseverance and endurance. Excellencies, as we wrap up, I am sure you will go back home with memories not just of another climate conference, but memories of a country and a culture that will remain with you for times to come. Finally, I would like to convey to you, colleagues and friends, my deepest appreciation and gratitude for your accommodation, your camaraderie, and your dedication to the purpose and our common goal. You have not spared your advice that I have valued. I extend to you all my profound respect. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would now like to invite the Executive Secretary to address the plenary. Simon, you have the floor.
Colleagues, friends, thank you all for getting us here today. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. We've worked around the clock, but this outcome does move us forward. An historic outcome, one that benefits the most vulnerable all around the world. I want to give a sincere thank you to our COP President, Minister Sameh Shukri, and his able team in the Egyptian presidency. And I want to recognize the work of the Secretariat. I am so proud of your dedication, your total commitment, and putting yourselves on the front line for this cause. And I want the hall to recognize their appreciation for the Secretariat. So what have we achieved? We've determined a way forward on a decade-long conversation on funding for loss and damage, deliberating over how we address the impacts on communities whose lives and livelihoods have been ruined by the very worst impacts of climate change. So at COP27, we've established the fund that will provide one pillar of the response required to ensure loss and damage is addressed. The IPCC report that came out in April, written and agreed to by the world scientists, told us that global emissions need to start a downward trajectory by 2025. That's only 2 years away. The IPCC also told us to cut emissions by nearly half by 2030. That's only 7 years away. In this text, we have been given reassurances that there is no room for backsliding. It gives the key political signals that indicate the phase down of all fossil fuels is happening. The mitigation work program will deliver past this year. On adaptation, we have set a work plan for 2023 to help articulate the nature and components of a global collective goal on adaptation and resilience, and how it can be structured in a way that feeds into the global stocktake. This opens the door for transformative action to achieve climate-resilient development. It will help to break the mindset that for decades has kept us from moving beyond business as usual. On finance, we've created a pathway to align the broader climate finance flows towards low emissions and climate-resilient development, with the launching of the Sharm el-Sheikh Dialogue and Article 2.1c. And we've also provided further impetus to the setting of a new long-term goal on finance. The Egyptian presidency has championed the cause for just transition, taking a creative approach to implementation. All parts of society must be supported to move away from fossil fuels, including coal, oil, and gas. The work program demonstrates how we do just that. It puts people at the heart of a rapid transition away from fossil fuels. The decisions taken here today re-emphasize the critical importance of empowering all stakeholders to engage in climate action, in particular through the 5-year action plan on action for climate empowerment and the intermediate review of the Gender Action Plan. We need to use this package as a springboard to restore trust in our process. Gone are the days when we should rely on a system of abstract negotiations which drives us to the lowest common denominator, disconnected from the real world. Friends, we came here to Sharm el-Sheikh to launch a new phase of our collective process. The Secretariat will help parties and future presidents to navigate this path to the new phase of implementation. I will take this responsibility seriously. I will listen carefully to all parties and other stakeholders in the coming months. I intend to share my views with parties on the margins of the June sessions on the operation of this intergovernmental process. As custodian of this process, I'm gaining a much clearer vision of how we do things differently. I see the following. Firstly, accountability on the commitments that are made by nations, sectors, businesses, and institutions. There is absolutely no point putting ourselves through all that we've just gone through if we're going to participate in an exercise of collective amnesia the moment the cameras move on. The numbers on our NDCs just don't add up. The transparency of commitments from countries, businesses, and institutions will be a priority of the Secretariat. The Secretary General asked the Secretariat to come up with a plan early next year on how we'll ensure transparency and accountability with non-state actors. They have been critical in getting us to where we are today. They're critical in getting us to where we need to be. Civil society should take significant credit for helping us get to this point. Without the voices of individuals, whether they're activists, researchers, scientists, youth, or indigenous peoples, we would not have gotten this far. Secondly, I've been humbled thinking about the millions of people around the world who've been following our challenges and progress here at COP27. This is a joint human endeavor, like no other, to protect our collective future. Your voices at home have an immediate impact on policymakers and what they feel is demanded, on what they feel is possible. Your voices have a direct impact on how we find our way forward at the multilateral level. You can help us deliver transformations in global systems that are needed if we are able to deal with this crisis. And finally, our global financial system must be pushed and multilateral development banks reformed to be able to harness their financial power, technical expertise, and leverage further private finance. The cost of inaction is far, far greater than the cost of action. We now have only 7 COP sessions ahead of us before 2030. We must focus on 2030 and then work back from there. We have a series of milestones ahead. We must pull together with resolve through all processes, may they be national, regional, or others such as the G20. Every single milestone matters and builds momentum. Keep your eye on 2030. That is our horizon. The poet Maya Angelou wrote, "The horizon leans forward, offering you space to place new steps of change." The new step of change is just around the corner with the United Arab Emirates' stewardship of the first global stocktake. For the very first time, we will take stock of the implementation of the Paris Agreement. It will independently evaluate the progress we have made and if our goals are adequate. I look forward to going into that afresh. It will inform what everybody, every single day, everywhere in the world needs to do to avert the climate crisis. Shukran. I thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Colleagues, the floor is open for your statements. I would urge groups to make brief 3-minute statements and upload the full text to the submission portal. After hearing statements from groups and parties, the floor will be open for statements from the observer organizations. I encourage them to make brief statements of 2 minutes each. Full texts will be made available on the submission portal. I appeal to parties to stay in the room while the observers deliver the statements. I would now like to invite statements first from the 4 groups with non-overlapping memberships. I now invite the delegation of Pakistan to deliver a statement on behalf of the Group of 77 and China.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. President, Excellencies, friends. Thank you for this opportunity. Mr. President, you promised us an implementation COP, and you delivered an implementation COP. So our congratulations to you and to all of us. The ultimate test, Mr. President, of this Conference of Parties is that it responded to the voices of the vulnerable, the damaged, and the lost of the whole world by establishing a fund for the lost and the damaged. Let me therefore commend you, Mr. President, for your leadership, your stamina, and dedication for steering us through barriers, through challenges, for reaching a historic consensus. We have struggled for 30 years on this path, and today in Sharm el-Sheikh, this journey has achieved its first positive milestone. The establishment of a fund is not about dispensing charity. It is clearly a down payment on the longer investment in our joint futures. It is a down payment and an investment in climate justice. I thank everyone, especially our partners and the United Nations, as well as the Secretary General, for responding in a huge way while acknowledging the catastrophic floods in Pakistan that impacted 33 million people and resulted in losses and damages of over $30 billion. Mr. President, we are also encouraged by the decision on the operationalization of the Santiago network on loss and damage. Through constructive engagement, all parties were able to arrive at a consensus that puts the network on a firm institutional footing with an advisory board and a secretariat, with a host to be selected through a robust process. Through the network, we look forward to seeing enhanced catalyzation and provision of technical assistance to all our developing countries to better equip us in averting, minimizing, and addressing the losses and damages arising from the adverse and accelerated impacts of climate change. Mr. President, on some of the other issues of significance to the group, let me state that 1, we regret that for the new collective quantified goal, we did not manage to agree on substantive guidance for the work in 2023 and 2024, but we are glad that we will finally see a work plan for this issue soon. 2, while we note progress on the GGA work program, we regret that substantive elements of the framework could not be elaborated, as was requested by many members of our group. In this context, we look forward to working with partners to elaborate the indicators, matrix, and targets. 3, we welcome the report and recommendations of the KCI, and we want to express our serious concern on the lack of progress on the midterm review of the work plan of the Forum and the KCI. We also emphasize the importance of advancing the work of the Forum and KCI to support the developing countries to understand, assess, and address the impacts of the implementation of response measures. 4, we are concerned about the lack of progress here on the deficit in financing, the formulation and implementation of national adaptation plans. These are crucial tools for countries struggling to build resilience against climate stress. And finally, we welcome the first joint work program of the technology mechanism for 2023 to 2027 and look forward to its effective implementation with adequate and predictable financial resources assured by the developed countries. In the end, Mr. President, allow me to reiterate that the Group of 77 and China will continue to support the climate change negotiation process in forging common ground for reclaiming our planet for our today, our present, as well as our future generations. As the new Executive Deputy Secretary General just said, it is to 2030 we must all look, and this is the decisive decade for us. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished Minister of Pakistan for her statement and her kind words. I now invite the European Union to deliver a statement. The European Union, you have the floor.
Dear friends, Mr. President, we're all tired, except of course for you, Mr. President. Our teams are exhausted, and I want to thank all our teams for their courageous efforts. But in particular, your team, Mr. President, who worked so diligently through the week and who have been able to bring positions together that sometimes seemed extremely far apart. But time and tiredness are no excuse to stop going. And the world will not thank us when they hear only excuses tomorrow. So let's take a closer look at what we have decided. And friends are only friends if they also tell you things you might not want to hear. This is the make or break decade. But what we have in front of us is not enough of a step forward for people and planet. It does not bring enough added efforts from major emitters to increase and accelerate their emissions cuts. It does not bring a higher degree of confidence that we will achieve the commitments made under the Paris Agreement and in Glasgow last year. It does not address the yawning gap between climate science and our climate policies. The European Union tried to bridge these gaps, as you know. We showed our commitment to ambition by being fully in line with a 1.5 scenario and even being able to update our NDC. We tried to get us all on a firm path to 1.5, with a global emissions peak by 2025 and with a clear statement of our intention to phase out unabated fossil fuels. We've heard this week that more than 80 countries now support this goal. Sadly, we don't see this reflected here. The mitigation work programme doesn't block the path to 1.5, but it certainly puts unnecessary barriers in the way and allows parties to hide from their responsibilities. But we will not stop fighting for more, and nothing prevents us from doing more. We will be holding ourselves and everyone here accountable under the Paris Agreement. But last night, our talks have stalled. Many parties, too many parties, are not ready to make more progress today in the fight against the climate crisis. There were too many attempts to even roll back what we agreed in Glasgow. Some are afraid of the transition ahead, of the cost of change. They question the how, not the why. I understand those concerns. Many Europeans share them. But I want to ask you all, colleagues here in the room, to find the courage to overcome that fear. And I extend my hand to you to help. The European Union has strong and fruitful partnerships with many of you. We've signed some significant new agreements in these last 2 weeks. So let us seize the opportunity of the next 12 months to find courage to do more. Because we know that the cost of inaction is so much higher than the cost of action. Just listen to our friends from Pakistan just now, how the country was ravaged by floods. It breaks your heart to listen to it. Or Eastern Africa, where a drought rages that has no parallel. Or to those in the line of monster storms in the Pacific or the Caribbean. Yes, they deserve our support for the loss and damage they face, but they also deserve our higher ambition to avoid repeat episodes. So we're faced with a moral dilemma, because this deal is not enough on mitigation. But do we walk away and thereby kill a fund that vulnerable countries across AOSIS, ILAC and LDCs have fought so hard for decades? And kill the opportunity that it gives us for a conversation about expanded sources of funding? To open a whole new chapter on loss and damage and create a new and lasting method to increase solidarity and bridge the gap between those in need and those in a position to contribute to address their needs on the basis of their today's potential? No, that would have been a huge mistake and a huge missed opportunity. To tackle climate change, all financial flows need to support the low-carbon transition. The European Union came here to get strong language agreed, and we are disappointed we didn't achieve this. I strongly urge us all to roll up our sleeves and show to the world that the fight for ambition for a better future is not yet over. In fact, it has only just begun. My friends, we had to give up some of the things we wanted to help other parties and this process to move forward. And we can live with that. In fact, we are proud of our contribution to the creation of this fund that will serve the interest of those most in need of support. But I urge you to acknowledge, when you walk out of this room, that we have all fallen short in actions to avoid and minimize loss and damage. We should have done much more. Our citizens expect us to lead. That means far more rapidly reduce emissions. That's how you limit climate change, not wait and respond once the climate change has done its devastating effect. We've lost a lot of speed since Glasgow. We wasted a lot of time already, and our people and planet have no more time to lose. We pledge to pick up speed again, starting now and here, and regain the momentum we had in Glasgow. It is with that perspective that the European Union can, although reluctantly, agree to the proposals now on the table. We defended the ambition we set in Glasgow, and tomorrow we start preparing for COP28, because we are already living in a world of 1.2 degrees change, and it's already becoming unlivable for many, as we have heard so often this week. As many in this world can testify that this is their reality, because the world is watching us, and because they will not forgive us if we fail again to prevent the worst. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you for your statement. I now invite the Environmental Integrity Group to deliver a statement. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the interest of time, the Environmental Integrity Group will hand in its statements. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your consideration. I now invite the Umbrella Group to deliver a statement. Australia, you have the floor.
Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, Australia is pleased to speak on behalf of the following countries in the Umbrella Group: Australia, Canada, Japan, Iceland, Israel, New Zealand, Norway, Ukraine and the United States. Mr. President, we thank you and the Government of Egypt for hosting us in Sharm el-Sheikh. We note the rich and fruitful action agenda and program of events that no doubt will have had a significant impact in accelerating global action, climate action, and bringing the world together for implementation. Turning to the negotiations, Mr. President, the adverse impacts of climate change and the frequency of losses and damages is increasing in all regions. We've made historic progress at COP27 to establish new funding arrangements, including a fund, and to explore a broad range of ways to provide support to developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse impacts of climate change in responding to loss and damage. We welcome the progress made to operationalise the Santiago network and look forward to an open and transparent process for selecting the network's host next year. We welcome the reaffirmation at COP27 of our collective resolve to pursue efforts to limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. However, we must go further in light of the stark findings of the latest science, including by recognising that global emissions must peak by 2025 to keep 1.5 degrees alive. We express grave concerns with the findings of the UNFCCC synthesis report, which indicates we are not on track to achieve the Paris Agreement's temperature goals. Aligning with this trajectory will require an urgent acceleration of our efforts. Parties, we must turn resolve into action. While we welcome the agreement to a new work program to urgently scale up mitigation ambition and implementation in this critical decade, we are deeply disappointed that some parties have sought to constrain the ambition of this work program. We cannot decide to do less. Parties, the coming years will be crucial and we must take every opportunity to accelerate our efforts. The mitigation work program provides an important opportunity for building momentum, promoting investment and collaboration. We look with expectation to strong outcomes under this work program. On the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program on the global goal on adaptation, we've set in place a robust approach to our ongoing work in 2023. We've made good progress and look forward to working with parties to deliver a framework on assessing progress towards the GGA at COP28 that can support global resilience. We welcome the guidance agreed on Article 6, which will be important to support integrity in international carbon markets. We are hopeful that the work we have completed here will help unlock emissions reductions beyond what countries can deliver on their own, and we look forward to continuing the work to ensure integrity under Article 6 at future sessions. On finance, we have made significant headway across our broad agenda. This includes important discussions on how we will focus and progress the work program towards a new collective quantified goal. We will continue our work to ensure our reporting and the work of the Standing Committee on Finance reflects the importance of high-quality climate finance and reaching the $100 billion goal as soon as possible. Parties, the scale of investment required to transition to net zero and a climate-resilient future is enormous, and we must accelerate efforts to align global finance flows with the goals of the Paris Agreement. In this regard, we welcome the Sharm el-Sheikh dialogue on Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement. In keeping with the focus of COP27 on implementation, we extend our thanks to the high-level climate champions for their important work in highlighting the role of non-state actors in accelerating climate action and innovative solutions. Mr. President, we are grateful for your leadership here in Sharm and look forward to continuing to work with you and your team over the next 12 months to bring the world together for implementation. Thank you.
I thank you for your statement. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to open the floor for statements from other groups and parties. I give the floor to Zambia on behalf of the African group.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Zambia has the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the African group and aligns this statement with the G77 and China. Africa would like to thank you, Mr. President, for your able leadership and the manner in which you conducted the conference to enable us reach an ambitious and balanced outcome. We also wish to thank the ministers who supported you, co-facilitators, and the Secretariat for their hard work. We wish to appreciate the government and the people of Egypt for their excellent hospitality and for making this African COP a great success. Mr. President, we came to Sharm el-Sheikh to advance implementation of climate actions and to address the escalating climate emergency affecting millions of vulnerable people, especially in Africa and other developing countries, and to restore hope and climate justice to those who suffer the most and who have contributed the least to the problem. We believe that the adoption of the decisions here today, some ray of hope may shine on our planet. It is our expectation that through the commitment and action of the words, the burden of the poorest may be minimized. Mr. President, allow me to quickly provide some reflections on the key outcomes of the COP from our side. On climate finance, our deliberations took place in the context of the failure of developed countries to meet the goal of mobilizing $100 billion per year by 2020. However, we've managed to make progress on our work with a deeper understanding of how the multilateral system can support the needs and priorities of developing countries on climate action. In the years to come, we look back at the African COP as a pivotal moment in our joint commitment to ensure the Convention and the Paris Agreement's finance architecture is on track and is delivering. On loss and damage, we congratulate you most sincerely, Mr. President, for the breakthrough on financing arrangements in this very important area. After 30 years of endeavor on African soil, the world has arrived together to establish a new fund and funding arrangements for assisting developing countries address loss and damage by providing and assisting in mobilizing new and additional resources that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effect of climate change. We appreciate all partners for the goodwill and we look forward to working with all of you on fully operationalizing the fund. On adaptation, we made progress on the global goal on adaptation and established a framework to guide the achievement of the goal and the review of overall progress in achieving it and enhance adaptation action and support. We agreed on a process to track doubling of adaptation finance. We call for enhanced support for adaptation action in developing countries, including through the Adaptation Fund. Mr. President, on mitigation, we've designed a dynamic and facilitative mitigation work program to accelerate mitigation ambition and implementation in this critical decade. We welcome the decision on scaling renewable energy and the need for investment gaps. We wish to highlight that Africa has massive renewable energy potential that requires significant financial support and investments. We welcome the Just Transitions Work Program to facilitate the low emissions and climate resilient development and look for constructive engagements. As I close, Mr. Chairman, we welcome the decisions on Article 6, which give a positive signal to non-state actors for their effective participation to enhance the ambition of the Paris Agreement in mitigation and adaptation. Nevertheless, we must recognize that much work remains to be done to ensure the credibility of the mechanisms and approaches of Article 6 and environmental integrity while avoiding double counting of emission reductions. Mr. President, however, it is unfortunate that despite wide and prudent consultations at this African COP, we could not agree on the recognition of special needs and special circumstances of Africa, a region most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and that contributes least to the climate challenge. We remain confident that history will judge us fairly and at an opportune time. Colleagues, you understand that we mean no harm to any of them with this legitimate request. Africa, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, has delivered. Sharm Sheikh has delivered. Egypt has delivered. This is what we call an implementation COP. Africa therefore joins a loud call for higher ambition for all of us to achieve 1.5. Mr. President, shukram, I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to Antigua and Barbuda on behalf of AOSIS.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I speak on behalf of AOSIS in line with the statement delivered by Pakistan on behalf of the G77 and China. We sincerely appreciate the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting us and for pioneering a successful focus on implementation. This is the start. Today, COP27 took decisive action. Parties established a new loss and damage fund here and made history. This is the start of a new paradigm that truly accounts for the burdens of climate change. We live with climate impacts daily, and these impacts are becoming unbearable. It's a sad fact that the stark reality of human suffering around the world these past months due to climate change helped to strengthen our resolve here. Establishing this fund signals to the world that loss and damage will no longer solely be borne by those governments and people least responsible. Today is a step towards climate justice. Consensus does not mean harmonious agreement, and we acknowledge the flexibility shown by all parties. In particular, we commend the Group of 77 in China and the chair and the 194 members for the solidarity and resolve that made this momentous outcome possible. But this is not the end of the road. Our journey is just beginning. We call on all parties to work constructively to design and operationalize this fund over the next 12 months. It must be ready by the next COP. Parties should elect members to the Transitional Committee immediately and give clear mandates for them to get the job done. This loss and damage fund must become the lifeboat that we need it to be. But it is just a lifeboat nonetheless in a brewing hurricane. We traveled to Sharm el-Sheikh against a backdrop of overwhelming global challenges linked to food, energy, and climate change crises, which is why our outcome here is significant, even if inadequate against the science of 1.5. We maintained our collective commitment to phase down coal and phase out fossil fuel subsidies. The Sharm el-Sheikh outcome has pledged to double down on more rapid emissions reductions through renewable energy and more transformational adaptation to keep pace with today's impacts. However, the glaring omission in the COP27 outcome for the 39 small island developing states of AOSIS is the lack of inclusion of the latest science, namely that we must peak and decline global emissions before 2025 to be on track to limit warming to 1.5. And this is in line with Article 4, Paragraph 1 of the Paris Agreement and the IPCC reports this year. But this evidence-based text was not agreed by consensus in the end. The political risks of a rapid climate transition have never been higher or more urgent. We can only overcome such risks through massive cooperation and collective action. This morning reminds me of something that Honorable Prime Minister Gaston Brown of Antigua and Barbuda said last week in an interview when asked what gives him hope. He said, "Eosis." I thank you.
I thank you for your statement and give the floor to Senegal on behalf of the LDCs.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai l'honneur de faire cette déclaration au nom des 46 pays les moins avancés. Permettez-moi de vous remercier, Monsieur le Président, pour votre leadership et à travers vous, tous vos co-facilitateurs et le secrétariat pour le travail acharné, le dévouement. Que le Fonds doit être une entité opérationnelle dans le cadre du mécanisme financier de la Convention et de l'Accord de Paris, avec un financement public nouveau, supplémentaire et prévisible. En ce qui concerne l'atténuation, nous prenons acte de l'accord conclu lors de l'adoption du programme de travail pour intensifier d'urgence l'ambition et la mise en œuvre de l'atténuation. Le programme de travail doit nous conduire à relever l'ambition dans les CDN conformément aux trajectoires 1.5 avec un soutien effectif aux pays en développement. En ce qui concerne l'adaptation, nous voudrons souligner la nécessité de mettre en œuvre les plans nationaux d'adaptation. Nous voudrons également saluer l'objectif mondial sur l'adaptation. Nous sommes heureux que le cadre initié ici à la COP27 permettre d'accomplir des réalisations. En ce qui concerne les finances, nous voudrons réitérer l'importance de poursuivre les travaux sur la définition du financement climatique afin de soutenir la mise en œuvre du nouvel objectif avec des dispositions de transparence solides qui permettent un suivi clair des progrès et des réalisations. Nous espérons que d'ici l'année prochaine, la réalisation de l'objectif de 100 milliards en retard depuis 2020 sera assisté. Nous espérons également que l'engagement de doubler le financement de l'adaptation d'ici 2025 sera effectif. Pour conclure, Monsieur le Président, le groupe des PMA vous remercie et se réjouit de travailler avec vous, ensemble et avec toutes les parties, de manière responsable et constructive pour faire avancer ce processus durant les prochaines années. Nous sommes dans le combat de notre suivi. C'est un combat de justice climatique. Nous vous remercions pour votre attention.
I thank you for your statement and now give the floor to Saudi Arabia on behalf of the Arab group.
معالي الوزير سامح شكري رئيس الدورة 27 لمؤتمر تغير المناخ. يتحدث وفد بلادي باسم 22 دولة عضو في جامعة الدول العربية. بداية تود المجموعة العربية عن التعبير عن خالص شكرها للجهود العظيمة التي قمتم بها والفريق الرئاسي من جمهورية مصر العربية لتقريب وجهات النظر والمضي قدما بالمسارات التفاوضية المختلفة. كما تقدم لكم باسم المجموعة العربية بالشكر والتقدير على جهودكم الدؤوبة مع جميع الدول الأطراف في سبيل الوصول إلى مخرجات شاملة ومتوازنة وعادلة تأخذ بعين الاعتبار الأولويات والظروف المختلفة للجميع. السيد الرئيس، اسمحوا لي هنا أن أؤكد أن المجموعة العربية تتفق مع وتؤيد بيان مجموعة 77 والصين. كما تؤكد المجموعة على ضرورة الالتزام بمبادئ الاتفاقية الإطارية لتغير المناخ، وبالأخص مبدأ العدالة والمسؤولية المشتركة متباينة الأعباء، وتفعيل هذا المبدأ في تطبيق اتفاقية باريس. السيد الرئيس، أود أن نشير هنا وأؤكد أن الاتفاقية الإطارية لتغير المناخ واتفاق باريس تركز على معالجة الانبعاثات بدلاً من مصادرها، ويعتبر هذا النهج ضروري إذا أردنا تحقيق أوسع نطاق للعمل المناخي، ولا يمكننا تفويت أي فرصة لخفض الانبعاثات بغض النظر عن المصدر أو القطاع، ويجب علينا توظيف جميع التقنيات في هذا الصدد. السيد الرئيس، بما يتعلق بمواضيع التخفيف، مضت سنة على إطلاق برنامج غلاسكو شرم الشيخ للهدف العالمي للتكيف، الذي يهدف إلى تعزيز قدرات التكيف، ونتطلع إلى سنة قادمة تعزز مخرجات البرنامج وتحدد أهداف البرنامج بشكل يتواءم مع نطاق هدف درجة الحرارة لاتفاقية باريس، وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة بما يتناسب مع القدرات والظروف الوطنية المختلفة. بما يتعلق بالتخفيف، نأمل أن يقدم برنامج أعمال التخفيف مساحة لتبادل الخبرات وعقد ورش العمل وإجراء الحوارات لمناقشة مواضيع التخفيف ووسائل الدعم. كما نرى أن النظر في المساهمات المحددة وطنيا وتوفير الدعم اللازم للوفاء بها يمثل أحد الحلول الهامة التي يجب أن يقدمها هذا البرنامج لضمان تحقيق أهداف اتفاق باريس. ونرى أيضا أن أهمية أن يدعم البرنامج التقنيات التي تدعم أعمال التخفيف، وأهمها تقنيات حجز وإزالة الكربون، خاصة بما يتعلق بتحقيق الحياد الصفري. بما يتعلق بالجرد العالمي، أن المجموعة العربية تتطلع إلى تحقيق نهج متوازن وشمولي وتعاوني يقود إلى مخرجات طموحة في التخفيف والتكيف ووسائل الدعم وتدابير الاستجابة. وتنوه مجموعتنا العربية بأهمية أن يعكس الحوار المحاور الأساسية لاتفاقية باريس ومبادئها، وأن يتسق الطرح مع الهدف الأساسي لأعمال الجرد العالمي كما هو مقرر له. ونتطلع إلى نجاح نتائج أعمال الجرد العالمي الأول في مؤتمر الأطراف القادم في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. بما يتعلق بتدابير الاستجابة ولجنة كاتوفيتسي للخبراء، تود المجموعة العربية عن التعبير عن قلقها الشديد بعدم الالتزام بقرار المراجعة النصفية لخطة أعمال المنتدى ولجنة كاتوفيتسي للخبراء. وتؤكد المجموعة إلى أهمية الوصول لقرار شامل في الاجتماع القادم تحت اللجان الفرعية لضمان استمرار تطبيق خطة العمل للسنوات القادمة بشكل فعال، وتحقيق مخرجات ذات قيمة وفاعلية تساند الدول النامية على تقييم ومعالجة الآثار السلبية لتدابير الاستجابة لتغير المناخ. السيد الرئيس، تؤكد المجموعة العربية أن توفر وسائل التمويل ونقل التقنيات وبناء القدرات والتي التزمت بها الدول المتقدمة من الأسباب الرئيسية لتمكين الدول النامية من تنفيذ مساهماتها الوطنية، والتي هي بالأساس مشروطة بتوفر الدعم المالي والتقني وبناء القدرات. لذا فإن عدم توفير هذا الدعم سوف يؤثر سلبا على قدرات الدول النامية للتعامل مع قضايا تغير المناخ، وكذلك على التنمية المستدامة ومحاربة الفقر. في الختام، السيد الرئيس، تود المجموعة العربية أن تعبر عن خالص اعتزازها وشكرها وامتنانها لجهودكم القيمة، ونهنئكم على النجاح الباهر لمؤتمر الأطراف في شرم الشيخ، ونتطلع قدما لنجاح آخر في مؤتمر الأطراف 28 في الإمارات العربية المتحدة. شاكرا لكم جهودكم البناءة.
I thank you for your statement, and now give the floor to Bolivia on behalf of the LMDCs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bolivia has the honor to speak on behalf of the LMDC. We associate ourselves with the statement made by Pakistan on behalf of the G77 and China. At the outset, we would like to express our gratitude, Mr. President, to you and your team for your tireless efforts to ensure this COP reaches successful outcomes. We would also like to commend you on the transparent and inclusive process that you have followed throughout. We thank you very much. We welcome most of the decisions adopted today, including the Loss and Damage Fund. We look forward to the fund being resourced adequately to serve our people. We are very concerned that developed countries do not see the means of implementation for developing countries as a constituent part of the goal. Over the years, we have seen efforts by our partners to erode the basic principles of equity and CBDR in the decisions. However, we were rather taken aback by our partners' approach this time around. We have been given the impression that it is unfashionable to talk about equity and CBDR. In every negotiating room, equity has been questioned and efforts were made to dilute CBDR. At the 30th anniversary of the Convention, our partners raised questions around the meaning of equity, objected to its reference in decision texts, trying to expand donor-based and shift their finance support obligations to the private sector and developing countries. Annex I parties to the Convention have tried to alter the fundamental principles which they are also signatory to. We have also heard a lot about saving the planet, its people's ambition, 1.5 degrees, but the words do not match actions. All we have are an ambitious, inequitable net zero by 2050 targets, which will not get us to the 1.5 degrees. Further, there are unfulfilled commitments of $100 billion per year and unfulfilled pledges to the Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund. But these are lost in the din of optics and applause, Mr. President. As the Sharm el-Sheikh COP take us into the era of implementation, it is time to leave the optics aside and focus on real ambition. We all need to do more, much more to save the planet and Mother Earth, but net zero by 2050 targets for developed countries who have occupied the larger share of the atmospheric space since 1850 is not the answer. To pursue efforts to keep temperature rise to 1.5 degrees would mean even more finance, technology, and capacity building support for developing countries. But where is that support? Where is that ambition? It is unfortunate that there is no appetite to provide that support. It is our fervent hope that we move away from rhetoric and play into the gallery and be true to the spirit of ambition. As developing countries, even with our numerous challenges, including unilateral coercive measures by developed countries, we have ambitious climate action plans, and we will continue to implement them, even as impacts of climate change batter our economies and affect the lives of our peoples. Finally, Mr. President, let it be known that by questioning equity and CBDR, the developed countries have implicitly stated that the lives of our peoples are negotiable. They are not, and we will continue to fight for them and their rights. We thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you for your statement. I give the floor now to Venezuela on behalf of ALBA.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. En nombre de Venezuela nos alineamos a la intervención de Pakistán en nombre del G77 y China y de Bolivia en nombre de los países en desarrollo de pensamiento afín. Ambas presidencias merecen nuestra gratitud por el trabajo realizado. Quisiéramos, en primer lugar, agradecer a la presidencia egipcia, las presidencias de los órganos subsidiarios, a la Secretaría Ejecutiva y a todos los representantes, delegaciones de países presentes, por toda la labor desarrollada en estas 2 semanas de arduas negociaciones. El multilateralismo inclusivo, el diálogo, el entendimiento con consenso siguen siendo las reglas fundamentales para frenar el calentamiento global, para salvar la madre tierra y a quienes la habitamos. Presidente, definitivamente no ha sido una tarea fácil, pero con el esfuerzo y la voluntad política se abren caminos para continuar trabajando por la implementación de la Convención y el Acuerdo de París. Hemos trabajado arduamente en defensa de los principios de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas, la equidad, la promoción y defensa de los derechos de la madre tierra, la justicia climática y el derecho al desarrollo de los pueblos en el contexto de la crisis climática creada e impulsada por el modelo capitalista. Esta COP es de implementación, no hay duda de ello. Venezuela, integrante del G77 y China, celebra la creación del Fondo para responder a pérdidas y daños. De todos depende que este acuerdo no caiga en el vacío y agujero oscuro que cayó la promesa de los 100.000 millones anuales prometidos por países desarrollados en la COP15 de Copenhague. El Acuerdo de París se trata de emisiones y no de recursos energéticos. Todos y cada uno de los países tiene su propia combinación energética, sus circunstancias nacionales y su propio camino para abordar las emisiones. Lamentamos profundamente, señor presidente, y queremos dejar constancia que en ninguno de los textos aprobados por la conferencia se haya hecho referencia al impacto criminal de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales que afectan negativamente a los pueblos a que se las aplican. No queremos finalizar esta intervención sin antes agradecer al gobierno de Egipto, a su pueblo y a la hermosa ciudad de Sharm el-Sheikh por su hospitalidad y reiterar que nuestro país continuará trabajando y cooperando con el enfrentamiento al cambio climático a través del multilateralismo inclusivo y participativo. Nos vemos en la COP28 en Emiratos Árabes Unidos. Gracias.
I thank you, and now give the floor to Colombia on behalf of ILAC.
Gracias, señor presidente. Distinguidos delegados, distinguidas delegadas, Colombia tiene el honor de tomar la palabra en nombre de ILAC. Alineamos nuestra intervención con la de la ministra de Pakistán en nombre de G77 más China. Quisiera expresar nuestros sinceros agradecimientos a usted, señor presidente, y al pueblo egipcio por su hospitalidad y por habernos acogido durante más de 2 semanas para celebrar esta 27ª Conferencia de las Partes. ILAC ha venido a esta sesión, a la COP de la implementación, con un espíritu de compromiso y de respeto, buscando defender los derechos humanos de nuestras poblaciones, sobre todo de los más vulnerables, los pueblos indígenas, mujeres, jóvenes, niños y niñas. El 28 de julio de este año, la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas aprobó la Resolución 76-300 y reconoció por primera vez el derecho humano a un medio ambiente limpio, saludable y sostenible. Esto otorga un significado particular a las labores que realizamos en este proceso de la Convención Marco y el Acuerdo de París. Atender el reto del cambio climático no es una opción, no es una decisión, no está sujeto a voluntades personales. Es ante todo una obligación irrefutable. Es en la medida en la que cumplimos esta obligación de derechos humanos que ILAC resalta los resultados de Sharm el-Sheikh. Distinguidos delegados y delegadas, la voz de ILAC es la voz de un grupo de países que entiende el sentido de urgencia de esta crisis climática, exacerbada por la crisis energética, inflacionaria y alimentaria. Nuestros países están más expuestos que nunca, pues nuestra región es parte importante de esos 3.6 billones de personas que son altamente vulnerables al cambio climático, según el informe del IPCC. Este sentido de urgencia nos obliga a ver esta conferencia como una oportunidad imperdible para alzar la voz de quienes creemos que para tomar decisiones debemos basarnos en la ciencia y en lo que los hallazgos de la ciencia nos indican como principio fundamental de la lucha contra el cambio climático. Cuestionar la ciencia no es una opción y nunca debe serlo, pues solo los hechos nos guiarán en medio de la incertidumbre para emprender grandes transformaciones, como la transición hacia modelos más sostenibles y el abandono de los combustibles fósiles, cambios que nuestros modelos de desarrollo necesitan para evitar una mayor catástrofe ocasionada por el clima. Es así que ILAC cree firmemente que el programa de mitigación debe enmarcarse en la ciencia para ayudar a los países a compartir soluciones y oportunidades de acciones climáticas sectoriales para incrementar nuestra ambición. Esto se sustenta en la obligación que tenemos todos los países de realizar los esfuerzos para limitar la temperatura a 1.5 grados centígrados conforme lo establecido en el artículo 2 del Acuerdo de París. ILAC lamenta el poco espíritu de ambición de los países para acelerar la acción climática. Estamos colocando a todas las próximas generaciones en un riesgo inminente. Los esfuerzos en mitigación son angustiosamente insuficientes y son tan insuficientes que estamos obligados a fortalecer nuestras medidas de adaptación de todas las formas posibles, por lo cual también lamentamos el poco avance en la materia. Señor Presidente, a pesar de la falta de acuerdos en adaptación, podremos recordar esta COP por el logro para el establecimiento del Fondo para Pérdidas y Daños ocasionados por los efectos adversos del cambio climático, que nos da una esperanza que es indispensable, necesaria, histórica para los países en desarrollo y nos confirma que es en la solidaridad que podemos efectivamente decir que somos Naciones Unidas. Damos igualmente la bienvenida al acuerdo alcanzado sobre los arreglos institucionales de la Red de Santiago para pérdidas y daños, incluyendo sobre los criterios y el proceso a seguir para la selección en 2023 de la organización que hospedará a la Secretaría de la Red. Es un gran paso para la pronta operacionalización de esta red. Distinguidos delegadas y delegados, señor Presidente, esperamos que las negociaciones sobre la nueva meta de financiamiento climático del año próximo nos permitan trabajar con mayor diligencia y seriedad para construir rutas de bajas emisiones y de resiliencia que reflejen las necesidades de todos los países en desarrollo y provean las herramientas para facilitar la transición financiera al 1.5, con un énfasis particular en el financiamiento público, pero también con la apertura de dialogar sobre mecanismos innovadores que tanto necesitan nuestros países, como el canje o la cancelación de deuda y el diseño de instrumentos de manejo de riesgos que permitan maximizar las ventajas comparativas de las diferentes regiones del mundo en desarrollo. Nos ahogamos en la incertidumbre y en la inacción. No podemos esperar más. Gracias, señor Presidente.
I thank you. I give the floor to Papua New Guinea on behalf of the Coalition of Rainforest Nations.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I'm honored to speak on behalf of the Coalition of Rainforest Nations. Let me begin by aligning our remarks with that made by the distinguished delegation of Pakistan on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. Mr. President, it has been a challenging COP27 given the important issues at stake for all of our delegations, as reflected by the closing of this conference today. We acknowledge your leadership and also for the flexibility shown by the parties. Our coalition is grateful for our collective efforts that has enabled us to conclude this process. The conference has been boldly pronounced as an implementation COP. For us to ensure effective implementation, we cannot overstate the importance of transparent, balanced, and inclusive process. All parties must recognize the latest scientific findings that current actions and commitments as reflected in the NDCs are not aligned with the achievement of the Paris Agreement goals. This is indeed most concerning and must be addressed urgently and we need strong political commitment now rather than mere rhetoric. We are pleased to note that the sham decision includes the reference to limiting global warming consistent with the Paris Agreement, requiring rapid, deep, and sustained reductions in global greenhouse gas emissions for goal net greenhouse gas emissions reduction. Mr. President, this is context. In this context, as recognized by the IPCC, the role of the forest and land use sector in achieving the greenhouse gas emissions reductions and removals necessary to get on the 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway is huge. Under the REDD+ mechanism, we have rainforest nations that are already implementing with speed and scale to reverse deforestation and forest degradation, as well as conservation of existing stocks. More than 9 gigatons of greenhouse gas emissions reduction and removals have been already produced by implementing REDD+ activities at national scale as per Article 5.2 under Paris Agreement. Mr. President, the outcome here in Egypt offers an additional step towards the provision of support needed by rainforest countries to continue this journey to slow, stop, and reverse deforestation globally. As we have agreed in decision after decision, result-based finance should be provided in developing country parties that is new, additional, and predictable, and may come from a wide variety of public and private sources. It is time for companies globally to purchase REDD+ results or credits that are verified twice under the Paris Agreement. Mr. President, on Article 6 and forest, we reiterate that all activities in the forest sector are regulated by Article 5, Paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement for developing countries based upon decisions already agreed under the Convention. For activities agreed under Article 5.2 of the Paris Agreement, the relevant methodologies have already been agreed by the parties and require national level aggregation. Thus, there is no mandate for CMA or the 6.4 Supervisory Board to consider or take further decisions on these matters. In addition, all parties must apply the same national scale guidance and rules and be based on IPCC guidelines in order to ensure fairness and transparency. Finally, Mr. President, developing countries, including my own and other members of the coalition, cannot be expected to solve a problem they did not cause without finance to implement the Paris Agreement. The importance and necessity cannot be overstated. In closing, our coalition would like to congratulate you and your team and all parties for the efforts undertaken in the past 2 weeks, and is looking forward to continue working constructively with you and all on the road to Dubai. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you. I now give the floor to individual delegations. I urge delegations to limit themselves to the 2-minute time frame. Interpretation will end at 9 a.m. We would like to give observer organizations the benefit of interpretation. I now give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President, to you and your team for all your work. And I also want to thank the Secretariat and the chairs of the subsidiary bodies. It hasn't been easy. But I want to begin by recognizing the progress on loss and damage. This is historic. The decision that we have taken here has the potential to support and increase that support for the most vulnerable, and I very much welcome that. And the scale and the range of needs will require contributions from the widest range of sources and parties. Of course, the critical work now lies ahead to ensure that potential is realized. But friends, and I have to say this is not a moment of unqualified celebration. Many of us came here to safeguard the outcomes that we secured in Glasgow and to go further still. In our attempt to do that, we've had a series of very challenging conversations over the past few days. Indeed, those of us who came to Egypt to keep 1.5 degrees alive and to respect what every single one of us agreed to in Glasgow have had to fight relentlessly to hold the line. We've had to battle to build on one of the key achievements of Glasgow, the call on all parties to revisit and strengthen their nationally determined contributions. We have ultimately reiterated that call here. And it is critical that commitment is delivered by all of us, including by the major emitters in this room who did not come forward this year. But we also wanted to take definitive steps forward. We joined with many parties to propose a number of measures that would have contributed to this. Emissions peaking before 2025, as the science tells us, is necessary, not in this text. Clear follow-through on the phase down of coal, not in this text. A clear commitment to phase out all fossil fuels, not in this text. And the energy text weakened in the final minutes. Friends, I said in Glasgow that the pulse of 1.5 degrees was weak. Unfortunately, it remains on life support. And all of us need to look ourselves in the mirror and consider if we have fully risen to that challenge over the past 2 weeks. Colleagues, I will not be in the UK chair at COP28 when our ambition and our implementation is tested in the global stocktake year. But I assure you, indeed I promise you, that if we do not step up soon and rise above these minute to midnight battles to hold the line, we will all be found wanting. Each of us will have to explain that to our citizens, to the world's most vulnerable countries and communities, and ultimately to the children and grandchildren to whom many of us now go home. Thank you.
I thank Minister Sharma for his statement and recognize the important role that he played in presiding over COP26 and during the year up to COP27. And I thank him for the support that the Egyptian presidency received from him and his team all through the transition from one presidency to another. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Maldives.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has been a tough COP. We fought hard and we moved the world on funding for loss and damage. I recognize the progress we made in COP27, particularly on the agenda item on funding arrangements for loss and damage. This is a historic moment for the people and for the planet. It's a win for the multilateral system as well. I'd like to take a moment to thank our family of AOSIS and the G77 and China for their unrelenting fight to place funding arrangements for loss and damage on the agenda. I'd like to also thank our friends in the developed world for the openness and collaborative spirit during these past couple of weeks. Loss and damage is a complex issue. The impacts are immediate, medium, and long-term. We need a mosaic of solutions to address this. By establishing an international system dedicated for supporting loss and damage response, by applying the lessons we have learned from the existing system, we can transform the way we think about climate finance. The outcome establishes an unprecedented approach for the COP,
in the context of its extending its invitation for collaboration with the global financial system. Often we think of addressing global problems in a very polarized way, like dividing the world into global north and global south. But climate change is transboundary in nature, and it can only be resolved through dialogue. It can only be resolved through engagement and cooperation. Today is one of those days. Today, we have built a new compact of trust. I want to continue to live in the Maldives. I want my 2-year-old girl to also grow up in the Maldives. Having the funds flow to climate adaptation will help us enough resources to ensure that our children have good education, access to healthcare, and other development priorities for the Maldives. Colleagues, let me also reflect on the mitigation ambition that we have discussed here. We are just a meter above sea level. Every fraction of degree in increase in temperature and every millimeter of sea level rise threatens our existence. We made it clear over the past 2 weeks that mitigation ambition was a cornerstone of our outcomes here at COP27. I am disheartened we did not get there. Why are we trying to address loss and damage? Because we have failed on mitigation and adaptation. The climate clock I have here next to me says the tipping point is 1.5. We absolutely need to keep 1.5 alive. We have to ensure that increased ambition to peak emissions before 2025. We have to phase out fossil fuel. We need to remove fossil fuel subsidies. We need to run our economies on sunshine, wind, ocean energy. We have just 86 months to fix this. The longer we wait, the costlier it will be. We will continue to fight, and we will continue to do this together. Finally, thank you, Mr. President, for being patient with us all. We thank the staff at the Secretariat and at this venue, and thank you, Egypt, for the kind hospitality extended to us. If you need a vacation, you will always be welcome in the Maldives. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Japan.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to extend my appreciation for the Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting this COP, especially to Minister Shukri for your leadership and to your team for your dedication. Japan would like to support intervention made by Australia on behalf of Umbrella Group. At COP27 here in Sharm el-Sheikh, many important agenda items such as mitigation work program, Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program on global goal on adaptation, Article 6 and Santiago Network, as well as funding arrangement responding to loss and damage, delivered successful outcome, and this is very great achievement. In particular, the adoption of funding arrangement responding to loss and damage was the achievement by each party's strong intention to work on support for loss and damage, and Japan would like to commend the goodwill and compromise shown by the party. However, I have to say that it is regrettable that discussion this time focused only on funding for loss and damage, and we consider that the existing efforts and initiatives for loss and damage are not properly taken into account and acknowledged. As our minister stated in his statement, Japan stands with vulnerable countries to loss and damage. Japan has working on support related to loss and damage to date, and this time Japan has announced assistance package for averting, minimizing and loss and damage, including the launch of a new and additional initiative to promote the development of early warning system in Asia-Pacific region. Japan will continue to provide comprehensive assistance to developing countries in the areas of loss and damage. The decision to establish a fund alone will not solve the problem of loss and damage in its entirety. True, the new fund is expected to assist development countries that are particularly vulnerable, as specified in the decision. Furthermore, as an interim item for discussion by Transition Committee, it is necessary to expand source of funding. Here, Japan underlines the effort both within and outside the UNFCCC are important. Japan also would like to urge parties to continue to engage in supporting countries facing loss and damage through various tools and channels available to us. At the same time, Japan would like to emphasize the need for all parties to keep committed to mitigation by further reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which are the cause of this loss and damage, in order to achieve 1.5 within reach. Mr. President, in the interest of gender equality, the remaining statement will be made by my colleague.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to add only one thing, as a complement the statement. On Article 6, as many of my colleagues already stated, that huge progress was accomplished here in Sharm el-Sheikh in COP27. Japan will devote our efforts in the Paris Agreement Article 6 Implementation Partnership launched in here in COP27 with 67 countries and organizations with great support from the Secretariat to swiftly develop high-integrity carbon markets. Colleagues, we need to mobilize all the policy and measures of the world towards a global transition to net zero. Together, let's accelerate our efforts to realize the transition to net zero with concrete actions. Thank you very much.
I thank you for your statement, and now give the floor to Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will continue my intervention in French. Monsieur le Président, distingués délégués et collègues, les négociations à Sharm el-Sheikh ont été longues et difficiles. Mais nous espérons que les résultats de cette conférence permettront d'accélérer la lutte contre le changement climatique. Tout d'abord, nous soutenons l'élaboration du programme de travail sur l'atténuation. Nous sommes satisfaits de la portée des dialogues mondiaux dans le cadre du programme. En ce qui concerne la finance pour le climat, il est essentiel de faire avancer nos travaux sur un nouvel objectif chiffré collectif. Cet objectif doit tenir compte des besoins et des priorités des pays en développement. Il est urgent d'adresser les caractéristiques de cet objectif en termes de quantité, de structure, de chronologie prévue, ainsi que les sources de financement et les dispositifs de transparence. Ce processus devrait s'appuyer sur les leçons tirées de l'objectif de 5 milliards de dollars. Distingués délégués, il devient de plus en plus clair que les pays en voie de développement ont besoin d'appui financier et technique pour répondre aux pertes et préjudices. Nous regrettons que ce sujet soit tellement clivant dans les négociations. La Turquie demeure en faveur de décisions sur les dispositions institutionnelles du réseau de Santiago. Nous soulignons l'importance des activités visant à éviter, réduire et remédier aux pertes et préjudices liés aux impacts du changement climatique. La Turquie se réjouit de travailler en collaboration avec les parties pour développer le programme de travail sur l'objectif mondial d'adaptation. Ce programme permet au pays d'identifier les priorités d'adaptation, les impacts des actions d'adaptation et le progrès vers la réalisation de l'objectif mondial d'adaptation. La Turquie attend avec l'impatience de s'engager avec les parties dans le cadre du programme de travail Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh. Mesdames et Messieurs, au cours des
des 2 dernières semaines, les partis ont travaillé de manière ambitieuse sur les règles de mise en œuvre de l'article 6. Nous saluons les décisions adoptées sur les articles 6.2, 6.4 et 6.8, tout en reconnaissant le travail restant à accomplir. Les discussions sur l'article 6 sont très techniques. La Turquie estime qu'il est important d'être inclusif et de répondre aux préoccupations de toutes les parties prenantes lors de l'élaboration de l'article 6. Nous reconnaissons l'importance des systèmes d'alerte précoce, de la science et de la technologie qui aident les pays en développement à lutter contre le changement climatique. Distingués délégués, avant de conclure, je voudrais exprimer notre remerciement à la présidence égyptienne de la COP27 et au peuple égyptien pour leur accueil chaleureux. Nous soumettrons une version plus longue de notre déclaration. Je vous remercie.
I thank you and give the floor to Nigeria.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, colleagues. Mr. President, Nigeria wishes to align with the statement made by the distinguished delegate from Pakistan on behalf of the Group of 77 and China, and the distinguished delegate from Zambia on behalf of the African Group. Our statement will be general and brief since the chair of African Group has critically identified areas of our concerns in Africa. Mr. President, Nigeria would also like to once again appreciate the government and the people of Egypt for hosting another African Cup and for the excellent arrangement that have facilitated our networking, discussions, and interactions during COP27. The African hospitality is demonstrated by the government and people of Egypt remains unparalleled. Please accept, Mr. President, and your team, our hearty congratulations for the successful outing as far as this COP is concerned. While appreciating your effort and doggedness in getting consensus among several parties with divergent social, economic, and environmental issues back at home, may I quickly remind you of the emotional leading voice of the young lady Rihanna from Ghana, who addressed the delegate during one of your Excellency's consultation on Friday afternoon. Mr. President, distinguished delegate, our voice represents millions, if not billions, of young children from all over the world, developed and especially from the developing countries, who are much more vulnerable to the impact of climate change. She mentioned countries recently ravaged by flood hazard. Nigeria was not spared of the destructive flood hazard in the last 2 months, which resulted in loss of almost 1,000 lives. Properties and agricultural products were damaged. Many who were lucky to survive are now located in several established IDP camps. Hence, the establishment of Fund for Loss and Damage is a welcome development within the climate change process to cater for the adaptation to the impact of climate change. Mr. President, what more evidence do we need to establish that the impact of climate change have resulted into losses of both human lives and damaged physical environment as well as social and economic infrastructure in both developed and developing countries? Of course, and as we all know, the impact are much more felt in the developing countries and Africa because the regions are much more vulnerable to the impact of climate change. 27 years after the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and other allied climate change treaties were negotiated and adopted, here we are, still passing buck in terms of who is to take and what action to be taken to mitigate climate change and its impact. Mr. President, the world is waiting, and the people's attention is being focused on the outcome of our engagement here in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. Luckily enough, we have had a successful outcome. Distinguished colleagues, the text considered and adopted are the outcome of a critical engagement among parties in more than 2 weeks of strenuous work during this COP. The question we should ask ourselves here is whether the content for action represents the desired hopes and aspirations of the people of the world. Not enough until these contents are implemented. Yet, in the spirit of give and take and for the successful outcome of COP27, Nigeria would like to appreciate your dedicated effort, Mr. President, to have obtained convergence of views from parties as expressed in the text considered and adopted. We also appreciate the understanding of our negotiating partners towards achieving success in this COP. Distinguished delegate, in conclusion, we do not have to hold the view that the world is not ending tomorrow, and that there is time at our disposal to act. Any such view will confirm the expression of the UN Secretary General during the opening ceremony of COP27, that if we refuse to take action now, we are all on the express way to hell. God forbid. Hence, the time to act is now. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you. I give the floor to Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates. At the outset, I would like to join other distinguished delegates in thanking the government of the people of the Arab Republic of Egypt for successfully hosting this conference. Also for the hospitality of the people of Sharm el-Sheikh, and for the presidency for its able leadership and strong commitment in guiding us through this challenging and important process in our effort to address the devastating impact of climate change. And we also wish to express my delegation appreciation to UNFCCC Secretariat, all chairs, co-chairs, and co-facilitators, as well as to all parties and observers for their hard work. Mr. President, Indonesia associates itself with the statement made by distinguished delegate of Pakistan on behalf of G77 and China, and would like to add the following in our national capacity. When we start this journey almost 2 weeks ago, we have set our goal and ensure our constituents that we make sure that this year COP is implementation COP. And today, I believe that we are on the right track. Indonesia welcomed the text on the overarching decision presented to parties. The text, Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan, highlights important points that is crucial in our way forward in strengthening our mitigations and adaptation action, particularly in establishing fund and its financing mechanism for loss and damage. Yet, regretfully, other important points still need to be concluded in next sessions. Of course, it is not perfect. Nothing is. There is a room for enhancement, for dialogue, as well as for coordination and collaboration. Indonesia continue its enhanced climate action and stand ready to collaborate. We look ahead toward the future and next COP that more progress, more ambitious, and more concrete result based on a party-driven process, transparency, and inclusive, essential in ensuring that no parties left behind. Together for implementation. Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations.
I thank you. I give the floor to Norway.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to your team and the Secretariat that have taken us through this COP. We have succeeded on finding a way forward on funding arrangements for loss and damage by establishing the fund, which we welcome greatly. But we did not send a strong message on working to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. We could have done more. In light of science and the insufficient strengthening of NDCs, this is regrettable. We believe that must change. Our cooperation must result in stronger efforts in fighting the root cause of climate change. Therefore, towards the next COP, we need to work better to implement the commitments and goals we have set for ourselves. I now give the word to our youth delegate.
Dear world leaders, today I am disappointed, sad, and angry. Speaking on behalf of the youth, I ask you, where is the urgency? Where is the crisis management? This has been a year of climate disasters and climate deaths. But we are not doing nearly enough to prevent these disasters and worse ones to happen again. This is not about politics. This is about humanity. These times of climate crisis require us to put our values and morals in the driver's seat. We cannot let ourselves be guided by pragmatism or fear, but by our visions for a better world for our people. We need you to be brave. We need you to do absolutely everything in your power. If you don't act now, it might be too late for us to right your wrongs when we inherit your seats. We expect to see all of you leading by example. We expect more because the alternative to radically upscaling ambition and implementation now will create a world none of us want to live in. Dear world leaders, we are facing an existential crisis of climate change. Now is the time to decide if you want to be tomorrow's villains or heroes. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to India.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, we align ourselves with the stand of G77 in China and LMDC. You are presiding over a historic COP where agreement has been secured for loss and damage funding arrangement, including setting up a loss and damage fund. The world has waited far too long for this. We congratulate you on your untiring efforts to evolve consensus. We also welcome the inclusion of transition to sustainable lifestyle and sustainable pattern of consumption and production in our effort to address climate change in the cover decision. We note that we are establishing a 4-year work program on climate action in agriculture and food security. Agriculture, the mainstay of livelihood of millions of smallholder farmers, will be hard hit from climate change. So we should not burden them with mitigation responsibilities. Indeed, India has kept mitigation in agriculture out of its NDCs. We are also establishing a work program on just transition. For most developing countries, just transition cannot be equated with decarbonization, but with low carbon development. Developing countries need independence in their choice of energy mix and in achieving the SDGs. Developed countries taking the lead in climate action is therefore a very important aspect of the global just transition. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you. I give the floor to Marshall Islands.
Yahweh, Mr. President, I am grateful for the hard work by your team and the Secretariat and the warm hospitality that the Egyptian people have shown us here in Sharm el-Sheikh during these difficult negotiations. I align myself with the statements of FOCUS and the G77 in China. The decision to establish a loss and damage response fund is historic. It is based on years of hard work by vulnerable countries. This must be celebrated, and I am proud that this has been achieved. I know that small island developing states are ready to work hard to get the fund operationalized quickly. We have no time to waste. I appreciate the work of G77 and especially AOSIS and my fellow Pacific Islands in getting us there. I also want to highlight the voices we heard from civil society around the world, fighting alongside those of us in the front lines who helped to spotlight this issue globally. This is huge progress. This is huge progress, but we are also not doing enough to prevent the loss and damage that is already affecting us, and will only get worse if we fail to reduce emissions. The IPCC has told us to keep 1.5 in reach. To keep 1.5 in reach, we have to peak global emissions before 2025. This is knocking on our door. I am deeply disappointed that we have failed to reflect this fact. This outcome was not enough. If we are to stay within that limit that matters so much to us, we must phase out fossil fuels, and we must do so now. We have to transform sectors like shipping and aviation. The world is demanding an urgent, just transition to renewables. The G20, which makes up 80% of global emissions, must show leadership. The fate of so many are in your hands. Human rights must be held sacred. Continued fossil fuel extraction and investment puts the rights of vulnerable people at grave risk. In my country, we face a level of threat that many in this room could only imagine. Act now, or, like us, you won't have to imagine for long. Gomoy. Thank you.
I thank you. I give the floor to New Zealand.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Good evening and thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wanted to start by acknowledging the strong role that the Pacific Island states have played in this COP. I think given the landing zone on loss and damage, that's significant because the Pacific Islands are amongst those who are the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change and have done the least to cause it. So I'm delighted on their behalf that we've landed there. I think it's a shame that not many of them were able to be present here at this closing plenary, given the decisions that were made here as of such significance to them. Of course, first and foremost amongst those is the decision around loss and damage funding and the mosaic of arrangements, including a fund. I think that is incredibly significant progress, particularly given that we weren't even able to talk about it for 26 years, 27 years, and then in the space of 2 weeks have actually moved to actually establishing a fund amongst other arrangements there. I want to say that my own country has not always been the most forward-leaning on this, and we came to this COP with money on the table to say, look, we do need to make progress on this. Let's not get too definitional about it. Let's get going, because countries are already suffering the effects of climate change. They are already incurring losses to lives and livelihoods and damage to property and cultural assets. And so I am really, really pleased that we've managed to land that. The best way to limit loss and damage is, of course, to keep global temperatures to 1.5 degrees or less. And on that front, I have to say that this is disappointing. The language around 1.5 in mitigation is extremely weak. We fought very hard to get this set of decisions around Glasgow, and frankly we haven't moved on a great deal in the 12 months since then in the set of decisions. We really did want to see phasing out of all fossil fuels, not just coal, peaking of emissions by 2025 and halving of emissions by 2030. I mean, those things are simply what the science says needs to happen if we are going to be able to preserve a safe and stable climate for all of us and for future generations. And so, my experience this week has been that there are still parties who are stuck in a state of denial or delusion about the scientific reality of the climate crisis that is already gripping us, not just in the most vulnerable countries, but all around the world. And we have to tell the truth. We have to tell the truth to ourselves, and we have to tell the truth to the populations that we are responsible for in our countries about what lies ahead. Science doesn't compromise. It is what it is. We just have to deal with it. And frankly, some of the conversations that I think that we've had are delusional in relation to that. And so our attention now needs to turn to Dubai to make sure that we can make some progress. Having said all of that, Mr. President, thank you for your hospitality here in Egypt. It's delightful to be back as someone who's been a visitor here before, and thank you for your leadership at this conference.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Val.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tuvalu aligns itself with the statement by Antigua and Barbuda on behalf of AOSIS. I am, and I believe all of us are so relieved. Relieved that we can now go home and catch up on lost sleep, but also relieved that we have finally delivered an historic landmark decision through the Loss and Damage Fund. It has been a long time coming, 3 long decades, and we have finally delivered climate justice. We have finally responded to the call of hundreds of millions of people across the world to help them address loss and damage. So this is a defining COP in that respect. However, it is regrettable that we haven't achieved an equal success in our attempt to achieve the 1.5 target. It is regrettable that we haven't got strong language included in the cover decision before us on phasing out fossil fuel. It is regrettable that we haven't got text on peaking of emissions before 2025. It is regrettable that we haven't managed to get stronger mention of methane reduction, emissions reductions target. Friends, and you yourself, Mr. President, has many a times last week and this week reminded us of the calamities, the devastation, lives being lost across the globe because of climate change and sea level rise. However, we haven't responded sufficiently to that call by raising ambition. And that is our deep regret and disappointment. And it has made Sharm el-Sheikh, regrettably, a missed opportunity for a truly successful COP. Friends, we have much work ahead of us, beginning from tomorrow and leading on to Dubai for COP28. And I call on everyone to continue our journey to achieve that moving target of 1.5. We have heard the majority of parties, over 80 countries attending this COP, voicing their concern and support for stronger mitigation action. But that is not reflected in the cover decision before us. And that is our challenge for the next 12 months leading to Dubai, that I call on friends, let us work towards that 1.5 target come COP28. I brought with me in my delegation 5 young youth representatives, and I bring up a picture of them. And some of you may have seen and witnessed them performing in the halls, corridors of this facility. The purpose I brought them was to demonstrate the rich cultural heritage of our people, our community in the Pacific, that we do not want to compromise their future. And we need to work hard now so we can leave a legacy as good as we have had. So friends, I call on everyone. We are on this canoe together and journey together to achieve our 1.5 by COP28. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you, and I call on Barbados.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I start by extending to you, sir, and your team the appreciation of Barbados for your work and for your efforts to bring us here this morning, here after a long journey and a long night. I have now been on this campus, like many of my colleagues, still here for 24 hours straight without leaving. I therefore want as well to thank the Secretariat for their work, to praise the excellent contribution of AOSIS under the leadership of Antigua and Barbuda, to thank G77 for its coordination. I wish in particular to put on record, sir, my deep gratitude for the people of Egypt. I know it is very difficult to host these conferences, but wherever we have gone, there has been a level of kindness, courtesy, and welcome that has been perhaps unparalleled, and I think that I've been to probably 100 countries. When we came here, there was a great chasm, a philosophical chasm on how we would approach the issues, particularly in relation to loss and damage. I want to thank all those countries on both sides of the divide who took the leap that we could get something into this text after 30 years of struggle on this issue of loss and damage. It is a significant move forward. There have been complaints that the text is not perfect, and indeed, Mr. President, it is not. There is much that I could put on the list, but will not at this hour, because I accept that we have all moved forward, and we must not allow the search for perfection to stop us from doing what is possible and pragmatic, and that is what Barbados is prepared to do. I am particularly grateful to see in the text so much of the elements of the Bridgetown Initiative, so ably led and advocated for by my Prime Minister, Mia Mottley. And we particularly look forward to the work that is going to happen after this in relation to the reform of the development, the multilateral development banks. We have to concede that action and ambition have lagged, however, behind our general advocacy, and the time has come when we have to make sure that they catch up. But in the interim, I recognize, and we must recognize, this historic moment in this historic country when we took a victory for climate justice. Barbados will continue to advocate for all of those who have been forced onto the front lines of a climate crisis that they didn't cause, cannot afford, and cannot escape. We have a compromise. A compromise gives satisfaction but not joy. We therefore now have to keep working until we can get to the point where we can sing joyfully that we have accomplished and are doing what we must and what the peoples of the world expect of us. But insofar, Mr. President, as you have taken us toward this step of maintaining 1.5 and toward this historic result, I congratulate you and your team and promise you Barbados's full support in the fight forward for climate change advocacy, for bringing an end to the climate change crisis. Thank you so much.
I thank you and give the floor to Palau.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you and your team for your hard work and for a successful outcome this year. The delivery of loss and damage is a welcome relief for Palau and many small islands who are the most vulnerable to climate change. We want to thank AOSIS as well as G77 in China for helping us get here, as well as our developed country partners, the EU, the UK, the Umbrella Group, the US, Australia, and New Zealand, and others who worked tirelessly to get us to this outcome. It reinforced our belief in multilateralism and our unwavering belief that we can solve global problems only by listening to each other and by working together. However, we do reiterate the messages said by others in the room about the concern with mitigation ambition. We've spent days focused on text, so let me zoom out and remind us why it's important. At 1.1 degrees, we're already facing severe, dramatic events from climate change in every part of the world. Our coral reefs in Palau, bedrocks of the incredible marine life, are bleaching and dying. Birds are falling out of the sky in India, and children are fainting in schools because of heat waves. There's flash flooding in the Middle East, and people are driving around in their cars because they can no longer withstand the heat in their homes. There are people suffering from droughts in Africa, and wildfires are happening in the US and Europe, and that's just at 1.1. If we breach 1.5, many small islands will no longer exist, and those that do will no longer be a place we want to call home. Where will we fish and what will we eat when our fragile coral reefs are dead? Why would we rebuild our homes when year after year typhoons destroy them? Egypt will not be a true victory if we roll back efforts to keep 1.5 degrees alive. For countries like Palau, it will mean that we will have traded loss and damage, money we wish we didn't have to ask for, in exchange for the true ability to remain in our countries and our homes. And we don't want that hollow victory. But we also encourage all of you to visualize what your countries might look like if we overshoot 1.5 degrees. We truly believe that it's in all of our interests to work for a 1.5 degree world based on science and on the evidence that I stated earlier that climate devastation is already happening for all of us. We hope to continue to work together and push each other for more mitigation ambition on our way to COP28 in the UAE. Thank you again for your hospitality and for pushing us to get over the line.
I thank you. I will now open the floor for statements from the observer organizations. I encourage them to make brief statements of 2 minutes. I would like to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of the local governments and municipal authorities. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, c'est un honneur et un privilège de représenter aujourd'hui le Comité européen des régions en tant que membre de la délégation de l'Union européenne à la COP27 et représentant de la circonscription des gouvernements locaux et autorités municipales, étant moi-même maire d'Autun en France. En effet, des maires, des présidents de régions, des élus locaux de toute l'Europe et du monde entier sont venus ces 2 dernières semaines à Sharm el-Sheikh pour partager leur ambition climatique, bien souvent supérieure à celle de leurs États, mais aussi pour démontrer qu'ils sont la source et le moteur de l'action climatique sur le terrain. Le réchauffement climatique est un défi global qui nécessite des actions locales. Sans les acteurs publics locaux et sans une collaboration multiniveau structurée et effective, nous n'arriverons ni à atteindre les objectifs de l'accord de Paris, ni à atténuer l'impact du changement climatique dans nos sociétés. Les gouvernements locaux et régionaux remercient par conséquent la présidence égyptienne d'avoir organisé, avec le soutien de l'ONU Habitat, la toute première réunion ministérielle sur l'urbanisation et le changement climatique lors d'une COP. Nous invitons donc les prochaines présidences de la COP à convoquer une réunion ministérielle sur l'urbanisation et le changement climatique, comme celle organisée à la COP27, en tant que point permanent à l'ordre du jour et en particulier nous saluons le lancement du programme Résilience urbaine durable pour la prochaine génération, SURGE. La circonscription des gouvernements locaux et des autorités municipales invite en outre le secrétariat et les futures présidences à proposer d'inclure formellement le rôle des collectivités territoriales dans l'élaboration des contributions déterminées nationalement et la rédaction des plans nationaux d'adaptation. Si nous nous félicitons enfin que le financement des pertes et préjudices ait été abordé, nous pensons que se posera à terme inévitablement la question du financement direct des collectivités territoriales que nous défendons depuis des années. La circonscription des gouvernements locaux et des autorités municipales note néanmoins avec inquiétude que la question de l'adaptation portée à l'échelle locale n'attire pas l'attention qu'elle mérite. La diplomatie communale et régionale est insuffisamment reconnue et utilisée. Or, la coopération décentralisée est un levier puissant d'accélération de l'action climatique locale. LGMA et UNFCCC, unissons nos forces pour tenir les promesses de la prochaine phase de l'accord de Paris. Je vous remercie.
I thank you. I would like to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of women and gender non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Carmen Capriles, and I speak on behalf of the Women and Gender constituency. We leave Sharm el-Sheikh and COP27 with outcomes that lack grounding in international law and in the best available science, with minimal stakeholders' engagement and the continued prioritization of corporations and false solutions. But we see this year after year. Nevertheless, we celebrate the leadership and tenacity of developing countries, grassroots movements, and civil society, pushing forward our collective demand for a fund on loss and damage. This must be delivered resources to communities whose lives and livelihoods are being devastated at an increasing rate due to climate-induced damage. This is just the beginning. But parties, we refuse to be complacent in an outcome that treats the symptoms but not the cause. Failure to take urgent action to mitigate this crisis, to keep 1.5 alive, to refuse the call to phase out fossil fuels, to allow carbon offsettings and loopholes drive us deeper down into the path of false solutions, we are plunging holes in a dam that's structurally fractured and ready to break. We recognize an 11-hour decision under the Gender Action Plan, but we remain deeply frustrated with the total lack of substantive review that occurred here and in the lead up to the COP. Instead, parties negotiated for hours, not on what is needed to urgently progress on gender-responsive climate action that meets the needs of women and girls in their diversity, including centering the leadership of indigenous women, but instead over the weakest of the text, that at best in relationship to finance reiterate the mandates already existing under this pressure, and worse in relation to understanding the ways in which climate change exacerbates inequalities. This represents a rollback on normative language under UN on gender equality and human rights. We are not defeated, but unfortunately, this COP, these negotiations are already lost and damaged. And if you want to fix it, you can start by kicking out the polluters from this space. Thank you.
I thank you. I would like to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of children and youth, non-governmental organizations.
Excellency, dignitaries and friends, bonjour, good morning, Sabah al-Khair. My name is Ali Niaz from Belgium, but also from Morocco and Egypt. I representing the official Children of Youth constituency, also Yongo. This has been a COP filled with challenge, as usual youth participants faced extreme difficulty in accessing funding, obtaining accreditation. Accommodation arrangements were often so poor as to leave young people stranded and exhausted overnight. While youth should not to have to fight to be at the table, we recognize the significant achievement of this COP, and especially thanks parties for the planned establishment of a new fund to support countries suffering from a loss of damages, and urge funds to be mobilized and delivered in a transparent manner with a full accountability to those most in need as soon as possible.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Behrensen. I'm from Germany, representing the official Children and Youth constituency, Yongo. We recognize the affirmation of the 1.5 goal, but yet this agreement failed to include phase-out of fossil fuels and relating subsidies. The language, and much more importantly, the actions on the use of fossil fuels are not in line with this goal. We urge you to phase out all fossil fuels, despite the lack of ambition in this decision. Your actions speak louder than your words. We also have serious concerns that this outcome was influenced by the presence of over 600 fossil fuel representatives here at COP27, who outnumbered the representation of the entirety of global civil society, children and youth. This unjust imbalance cannot be repeated at future COPs. We must have new mechanisms to prevent risk of conflict of interest. Under Article 6, we remind parties that environmental integrity and respect for human rights are essential for getting cooperative approaches such as carbon markets right. In the next stages of deliberations, we urge all parties to work with Yongo to deliver these vital roles with stringent definitions for our common future. We continuously request the support of the Secretariat, future COP presidencies and other stakeholders to facilitate financial support for implementing the annual Conference of Youth and other projects. Finally, we welcome and celebrate the highlighted role of youth and for the first time children in addressing climate change, and hope parties will heed the recommendation to include youth in their national delegations at future climate negotiations, so that the perspective and ambitions of youth can always be heard. We are the present and we are the future, and we will hold you, our global youth leaders, to account on delivering the commitments of the Paris Agreement, even if so few of you are still in the room. We are the present and we are the future. There's no climate justice without human rights. We are not yet defeated, and we will never be defeated. Shukran.
I thank you for your statement. I would like to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of business and industry, non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandra Hani from the International Chamber of Commerce, and it is my honor to address you on behalf of the Business and Industry constituency. We extend our sincere gratitude to the COP27 presidency and the UNFCCC Secretariat, as well as all who worked with them, especially the young volunteers of Egypt, for the tremendous efforts in staging this African COP. We also thank the parties for their truly hard work over the past 2 weeks. Limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees and sustaining the Glasgow Promise is our best chance to mitigate the worst effect of the climate crisis. The Glasgow line held, but much more could have been achieved at this COP. We look at you to set a clear direction through what we hope will be a robust and ambitious mitigation work program. The global business community stands resolutely and squarely behind the goal of achieving 1.5. We recognize the key role we play in achieving implementation. as an invaluable resource of expertise, but also vital to animating accelerated action and increasing the deployment of resources and transformative solutions. On finance, some progress was made towards meeting past commitments, the new global goal, and we welcome efforts to deliver on much-needed support for vulnerable nations. Leveraging existing and innovative mechanisms to incentivize and enable greater private sector investment will be essential to go even further and faster. On markets, your work has brought us closer to realizing the immense potential of Article 6 to raise mitigation and adaptation ambition. It is essential that the detailed rules of 6.2 cooperation and 6.4 mechanism both fulfill the rulebook mandate for environmental integrity and provide a workable platform for parties and business to use. There is much left to do and time is short. Parties can and should start cooperating to implement the NDCs and increase ambition. Parties must also build on progress in Sharm el-Sheikh over the coming year to enable the 6.4 mechanism to start deliver real finance and emissions reductions as soon as possible. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we recognize the considerable efforts made by countries here in Sharm el-Sheikh, but we are still very far from the scale and pace of actions required. We must accelerate our efforts and carry forward a sense of urgency and unity to Dubai and beyond. Now more than ever, achieving our global goals will require governments, business, and all stakeholders to work together for implementation. Shukran.
I thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to a representative of ENGO, a constituency of environmental NGOs. The floor goes to the representative from Climate Action Network. You have the floor.
Mr. President, my name is Tasnim Esop, and I am speaking on behalf of the Climate Action Network. This COP27 delivered an historic outcome on the Loss and Damage Fund. This decision, taken on African soil, brings hope for vulnerable, impacted peoples and communities, not just in the continent, but for the entire global South. This is a first step in a process to rectify the systemic injustice to billions of people, particularly in the global South, who are the least responsible but are on the front lines of the climate crisis. Those who are suffering devastating climate impacts, floods, droughts, hurricanes, and sea level rise will have some hope that their right to access support will be respected. We want to thank the G77 plus China, who remained united and stood resolutely behind the demand for the creation of a fund at COP27 for addressing loss and damage, and recognize the role that the COP27 presidency played in ushering this over the finishing line. Excuse me. The creation of a loss and damage fund today is also a clear victory for civil society groups across the world who made this issue a priority and used our power to put sustained pressure on rich nations to take responsibility for the crisis they have historically caused. We know that the hard work to operationalize the fund and mobilizing the funding starts now. We will be watching this process carefully and will not have patience for delay or obstruction to progress. While COP27 begins to address the consequences of the climate crisis, it failed to commit to phasing out fossil fuels, which are at the root of the climate crisis. More fossil fuel extraction means more losses and damages and more devastation. We need a rapid, just, and equitable transition away from the fossil fuel era and into renewables. There is no climate justice without human rights. We are not yet defeated. We will never be defeated. I thank you.
I thank you for your statement. I would like to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of the indigenous peoples' organizations. You have the floor.
Yedikshin Wanwan. Good morning. I am Squaquash Dunstan Moore and Nikkakam and Yakima youth from Kamshin, also known as Lytton, British Columbia, and Canada. Indigenous peoples arrived in record numbers to Sharm el-Sheikh this year, bringing with us our culture, knowledge, and urgent calls of our communities. We were clear with our expectations. The rights of Indigenous peoples must be mainstreamed across all agenda items. And we must see those who have caused the climate crisis be accountable for fixing it. We welcome the adoption of the Loss and Damage Fund and thank the parties for concluding this critical item. This is a major success for many communities on the front lines of climate change, and we hope to see this operationalization to directly reach Indigenous peoples now. However, COP must take more decisive action to preserve our lifeways, our people, and our planet. For us, this is a matter of life and death. We cannot endure another year of climate disasters, loss of our sacred sites, cultures, identities, and people. Yet, instead of delivering on the bold promises, COP27 has otherwise come to an end with the feeling of apathy and disappointment. The urgency and hope we heard from world leaders and parties in week one has quickly been overshadowed by false solutions which do not reduce emissions at source, including and reliance on carbon markets, net zero frameworks, and nature-based solutions. That delay real reductions replicate new forms of climate colonialism and fall short of 1.5. Weak or absent language on human rights and rights of Indigenous peoples and the rights of persons with disabilities in many agenda items means that this COP has compromised on the uncompromisable. This is evident especially in Article 6, with a rushed conclusion removing many safeguards and references to rights, thus failing to uphold parties' existing commitments under other agreements such as UNDRIP, and leaving our communities at risk of carbon colonialism that further encroaches on our territories and ecosystems. Mr. President, Indigenous peoples are the guardians of our Mother Earth. We have the solutions. We must be in the decisions. We are going back to our land to implement real climate actions and hope that parties will join us at COP28 ready to commit to real progress. Our rights are not negotiable. Thank you.
I thank you for your statement. I would like to give the floor to the representative speaking on behalf of trade unions, non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are proud to be here on behalf of the trade union movement, representing workers worldwide. And it is crucial that we are here, because worker voices are being excluded. The world has been through transitions before, And for workers, transition is all too often a dirty word, a word that means job losses, poor working conditions, exploitation, being left behind. We cannot repeat these wrongs. We must learn from the past. And this is exactly why a just transition of the workforce, as explicitly stated in the Paris Agreement, is essential. At COP27, there have been steps forward, but also a rollback which jeopardizes workers. Positively, there are cover decision references to social dialogue and social protection. A social dialogue between trade unions, employers and governments is vital. Workers must be at the table, shaping their own futures. And they need universal social protections, including healthcare and unemployment when the climate crisis or the low-carbon transition affects them.
Hello. But language on just transition is being diluted. Human and labor rights sidelined. We denounce this in the strongest terms. A just transition of the workforce must be embedded in every work stream: mitigation, adaptation, climate finance, and loss and damage. On loss and damage, rich countries have finally agreed to set up a fund. The clock is ticking. The fund must be operationalized at COP28. On mitigation, particularly fossil fuel phase-out, we're not seeing the progress the world needs to keep 1.5 alive. This is devastating. How much longer will you put profits before people and planet? This was to be the implementation COP, the Africa COP. But implementation is not on the scale or at the speed that workers need in Africa and worldwide. We need more, and we need it now. People power, climate justice, we are not yet defeated, and we will never be defeated.
Distinguished colleagues, thank you all for your statements. We have now reached the end of our joint plenary meeting. I would like to take this opportunity to thank personally and on your behalf the interpreters, the Secretariat, all the support staff of this venue who have all made this conference possible. This meeting is now adjourned. I now declare the conference closed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It's been great.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. Thank you very, very much.
Test, test, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Test, 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 test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, test, test. One, two, three. Is okay for you, the sound? One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hola, ¿qué pasa en la casa? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's fine? Okay.
صباح الخير. منذ ثواني تم رفع جلسة مؤتمر قمة تغير المناخ والمؤتمر COP27. الحمد لله بنتيجة ناجحة أكدت مرة أخرى اهتمام مصر بالعمل الدولي متعدد الأطراف، سعيها دائما للعمل على تحقيق التوافق والتفاهم، وقدرتها من خلال مؤسساتها ومن خلال المتابعة الدقيقة والمستمرة لسيادة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي منذ الإعلان عن فوز مصر باستضافة هذا المؤتمر لكل الفعاليات التحضيرية التنظيمية والموضوعية، ودعم سيادته لعمل الأجهزة المصرية المعنية في النواحي التنظيمية. على تجاوز كل التحديات المرتبطة كل ما تم من مشاورات وقيادة العمل بشكل موضوعي وشفاف ومكتمل كافة العناصر التي أسهمت من قبل الأطراف لتحقيق هذا الهدف. تأكيد أنه أيضا برنامج شرم الشيخ للتكيف هو خطة عمل أخرى تؤكد طموح للحفاظ على درجة حرارة الكوكب عند 1.5 درجة، بتفتح الباب لمزيد من الإجراءات الطوعية، الإجراءات الحكومية للعمل في مجال تخفيف الانبعاثات، وبالتأكيد أنه أيضا خطة الدولية خطة دولية للتكيف ودفعها نحو الأمام بحيث يتم الانتهاء من هذا المقرر خلال كوب 28. هذه بالإضافة إلى عديد من القرارات التي تم اعتمادها، ولكن العناصر الرئيسية هذه بالإضافة إلى المستند المجمع لقمة شرم الشيخ ومؤتمر شرم الشيخ الآن يضع كل القضايا ذات الارتباط والأهمية بقضية تغير المناخ في إطار تنفيذي كمرجع يعتد به ويتم بلورته ووضع الآليات التي تسهم في التحدي الخاص بقضية تغير المناخ. سوف نستمر خلال رئاسة مصر للقمة هذا العام حتى يتم التسليم إلى دولة الإمارات الشقيقة أن ننسق، وقد بدأنا بالفعل التنسيق مع الرئاسة المعينة للقمة، وسوف نواصل العمل من خلال الفعاليات المختلفة من أجل استمرار الدفع قدما لقضية التعامل مع تحديات قضية المناخ، التقدير بأنه هذا العمل والدول المتعرضة للأخطار في معظمها هي دول نامية حتى تستطيع أن تقوم بمسؤولياتها، وهي مسؤوليات تتم في إطار المبدأ الخاص بالمسؤولية المشتركة متباينة الالتزامات. لابد أن يتوفر لها الموارد والتكنولوجيا والتمويل الذي يؤهلها بأن تطلع هذه المسؤولية وبدورها، فلديها كل رغبة وكل إدراك لمدى خطورة هذه الظاهرة، وأنها أكثر الدول المتأثرة في حين أنها أقل الدول المتسببة خاصة القارة الأفريقية. فهناك من تضمن في المقرر الجامع تأكيد على ضرورة توفير التمويل لهذه الدول حتى تستطيع أن تطلع بمسؤوليتها إذا كان هناك رغبة حقيقية للحفاظ على الدرجة ونصف مئوية، فالأمرين لا ينفصلا عن بعضهم البعض. أنا الحقيقة بشكر سكرتارية المؤتمر، بشكر فريق العمل الذي شارك في كل النواحي الخاصة بالإعداد لهذا المؤتمر، بشكر الأجهزة التي أمنت وعملت على الحفاظ على هذه الصورة التي يستشعر فيها كل المشاركين، وهذا أكبر عدد من المشاركين يحضرون مناسبة مثل هذه، ما يفوق 66 ألف مشارك. طبعا كل الأجهزة الأمنية التي أمنت وحفظت المشاركين أمنهم وقدرتهم على المساهمة الكاملة في الفعاليات والاستمتاع أيضا بما تتيح شرم الشيخ من مناخ ومن وسائل للترفيه. نتطلع لاستمرار العمل لهذه القضية الوجودية بالنسبة للعالم، تأكيدا للعمل المتعدد الأطراف. كانت مهمة صعبة اختلفها كثير من التحديات، اتصالا بصياغة التوافق والتعامل مع طموحات وأيضا بعض التحفظات، وهي لابد أن تؤخذ في الاعتبار، لأنه نقطة الالتقاء هي بأن يكون جميع الأطراف يشعرون أنهم يستفيدون من هذا العمل ويطلعون به في إطار القدرات المتاحة لديهم. أشكركم جزيلا.
المقترح المصري ليه دور في حل الأزمة دي بشكل عام؟
معلش لو تعيد السؤال معلش.
احنا بنسأل على المفاتيح اللي حضراتكم قدرتوا توجدوها لحل النقاط الخلاف اللي كانت موجودة. ايه هي النقطة اللي قدرتوا من خلالها ان انتوا تحلوا المشكلة اللي كانت موجودة؟ والحاجة التانية، هل المقترح المصري كان ليه دور في حل المشكلة؟
حول كافة الموضوعات الشائكة، الموضوعات اللي تم التركيز عليها وتم تداول حولها فيما بين الأطراف دون التوصل لنتيجة، انتهجنا مسار يتيح مشاركة كافة الأطراف ويتيح استمرار هذه المشاورات من خلال توفير والدور الجوهري اللي تم الاطلاع به من قبل مجموعات الوزراء الذين دعموا الرئاسة في تيسير هذه المشاورات وإتاحة الفرصة والاستماع إلى كافة الآراء. وعندما لم تؤتي هذه الوسيلة بالنتائج المرجوة، أخذت الرئاسة على عاتقها بأن تستمع مرة أخرى إلى تقارير الأطقم الوزارية، ولكن أن تفتح المجال بشكل مباشر بعد المتابعة لكل هذه المراحل بأن يعقد على مدى 48 ساعة الماضية اجتماعات متواصلة على مدار الساعة، في 48 ساعة يعني كاملة تقريبا ما عدا ساعة أو ساعتين، للاستماع إلى كافة الآراء والاطلاع على مواقف كافة المجموعات التفاوضية، واستخلاص من ذلك نقطة التوافق التي تراها الرئاسة بأنها تلبي الحد الأدنى لطموحات ومصالح الوفود. وهذه هي طبيعة العمل المتعدد، لا يمكن أن يحصل أي طرف على كافة طموحه، وهذا لا ينتقص من قيمة ما يتم التوصل إليه، ولكن عندما يكون هناك طموح فهناك محددات أخرى ربما لابد أن يتم مراعاتها لدي أطراف أخرى هي أيضا لها نفس الطموح في تعزيز العمل المناخ، ولكن ربما تأخذ منحى اتصالا بما لديها من قدرات، بما لديها من اعتبارات، بما لديها من ضرورة التحقق من أن أي إجراء يتخذ لابد أن لا يكون له أي تأثير سلبي على جهود التنمية. وأخذت الرئاسة على عاتقها أن تصدر نصوص رئاسية وأن تتداول حولها بشكل غير رسمي ثم في إطار أكثر شمولية حتى تتوثق من أنه هذه النصوص تصلح لأن تكون أرضية للوصول إلى التوافق. والحمد لله النتيجة النهاردة أثبتت أنه الاتصال الوثيق بكل المجريات على مدى وكل المشاورات على مدى الأسبوعين الماضيين، الاستماع إلى كافة الآراء، الشفافية، الموضوعية في كل ما طرحته الرئاسة دون ضغينة ودون بالضرورة الظهور المباشر، ولكن المتابعة الحثيثة وتجاوز أي مؤثرات ربما خارجية كان الهدف منها ليس بالضرورة إنجاح المؤتمر، وإنما تشتيت التركيز سواء للأطراف أو للمجتمع الدولي.
From The Guardian, so thank you. Mr. Shukri, before this conference, you said there must be no backsliding. But what we've seen here is that an awful lot of countries tried to backslide, tried to go back on previous commitments. Can we, as a world, really make progress on the climate crisis when so many countries are trying to take us backwards?
Well, definitely I stand to what I have previously indicated, and I it was my objective and intention, and I believe I succeeded in avoiding that any of the parties were to backslide. And we did make it absolutely clear that what was achieved in Glasgow would be the foundation. And that was a bottom line. But it wasn't just a matter of backsliding. We also indicated that we would not accept any backtracking. And I think we have also in the text provided that there wouldn't be any backsliding or backtracking. This is fundamental. But we recognize that there have been indications of a disappointment in certain quarters who had a higher degree of ambition, but that disappointment, I think, should be put in context. I think the level of ambition of all of the parties is equal. They recognize the science, they recognize the existential nature, they recognize the need for the common but differentiated responsibilities and the basis of maintaining the attachment to the legal framework from within we reach. But there is a need for, especially the developing world, to be provided the finance so it can undertake the just transition, that it can absorb the technologies, that it can have affordable finance without the extra costs that are encumbered, the increasing debt burden that necessarily causes a disruption and an inability to undertake the same level to demonstrate in practical terms their ambition, which is equal to every other party's ambition. So it is, I think, important during the year of our presidency until we hand over to the Emirates. I will be an advocate for the preservation of the 1.5, for the increase of all ambition within the capabilities that are available, and in the preventing any form of backtracking or backsliding, and to have certainly the moral courage to indicate when there is a threat of that happening. And again, I highly value the impact of civil society and their commitment and advocacy and the passion of their appeal, which does resonate with the parties and which drives this process forward. We can only do this together. We have risen to the occasion. The parties have heeded my repeated calls not to squander this moment, but to undertake the responsibilities. They have undertaken them. It's even, if we consider an incremental increase, we have to recognize and compare where we were at COP1 and where we are today. We have achieved progress. We need to achieve more progress, provide the resources, provide the finance, but the commitment, I think, of all of the parties is equal. And again, I convey my appreciation for the level of flexibility and willingness to engage. I think none of the parties have had any sleep at all over the last 24 hours in constant engagement, and I have every respect for all of the parties and the manner in which they have addressed this challenge, and I'm sure will continue to do so. Thank you very much.